years, has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJD Construction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B Butz Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B Butz Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButzJrEnterprises.com. A certified white mean contractor. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. Ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go, boys and girls. Welcome aboard on a beautiful Tuesday. We're ready to rock and roll. Thank you all out there. We're on a little earlier today than we normally are. It's Wednesdays that we come on around 8:45, all that good stuff, and we get ready for Inside the Paint, the Sloman's Inside the Paint show. But this week, we've got travel with my man Ira Winderman. So Ira will be on today with Clay doing the Sloman's Inside the Paint show starting off at 9 a.m. So that's why yours truly is on a little earlier today at 8:45. And so we'll be rocking and rolling. Got a loaded show, by the way. Inside the Paint from 9 to 10. We'll be at Hialeah Park. Okay, so right now you're seeing the studio, but in a little bit you'll be seeing me at Hialeah Park. We'll be at the poker room like we normally are on Thursdays. But what happens this Thursday? Where am I? Sloman's. Well, where are we? Sean and myself. We are at Sloman's. So we're going to be in New York City this week. We fly out Wednesday night. So since Thursday we're normally at Hialeah Park, we moved it today to Tuesday. So the great people at Hialeah Park accommodated us. So we're able to, do our weekly broadcast anyway. Thursday and Friday, we'll be broadcasting from Sloman's out there in Long Island. I'm still waiting for the word, just in case, for those of you that may want to swing by in the Long Island area. But remember, Friday night, we're going to be at Slattery's in New York City. It's a Miami Dolphins bar. It is notorious for Miami Dolphin fans. So I am looking forward to hanging out with all of you out there on Friday night on the 18th, man. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun hanging out with you all out there overall. So we've got a loaded show. We've got the Sloman's Inside the Paint program from 9 to 10. And then we'll have Cameron Wolfe join us today, Manny Navarro, and Omar Kelly. So we got a loaded show, got a bunch of things to talk about. So we got your Heat talk coming up here from 9 to 10. And the Heat obviously taking on the Dallas Mavericks tonight. And Luka's been just absolutely red hot. Should be a lot of fun. No Tyler Hero for the Heat tonight. Butler's dealing with a right shoulder strain, and Caleb Martin's dealing with left Achilles soreness. So those guys are questionable. Tyler is out. But hey, listen, they find ways to win anyway, right? Chicago won yesterday. They better win. Oh, it's a little hot. Wife just made it a little while ago. So in that thermos, it is burning hot right now. Anyway, so a lot of things to talk about today. And, you know, before we get into the heavy basketball talk here at the top of the hour, I did want to get into a little football with the Dolphins because, you know, we've got everybody wants to jump the gun and oh, well, you know, oh, I don't like this, or oh, I can't believe they hired that guy or this guy or what they're doing and all this kind of stuff. And look, I told you guys that it's one of those situations. It's strange, right? But it may end up working. That's the twisted part about all of this. And the hiring of Frank Smith, you know, as the puzzle comes together, it starts to make a lot of sense, right? Applebaum's a run guy. Now you add Frank Smith, another run guy, right? So all of a sudden, and you still have Studsville on the team. So you got a guy in Applebaum who obviously teaches a zone scheme. You got a guy like Frank Smith who has been the O-line coach, the run game coordinator, and he has a history of developing offensive lines and tight ends. So now we're talking about there's a heavy emphasis on fixing the run by Mike McDaniel. And I got to tell you something. I love it. I'm getting more and more excited about this because there seems to be a method behind the madness. When Bill Zito took over, there were a couple things that I was saying throughout the year leading into all the changes. First of all, I said Dale Talon had to go. All right. And then finally everybody started coming to their senses. You know, I think once I broke the ice and had the balls to say, hey, Dale Talon needs to get fired because that's something blasphemous, right? I think everybody else kind of like, you know, when we start thinking about, yeah. And then the other thing that pissed me off about Dale Talon was that he had a soft-ass team. And what pissed me off about the Panthers over the years was watching them get their ass kicked, watching guys like Vinny Trocheck take a beating for no reason at all, where I'm looking around going, where's Paul Loss? Like, where's Paul Loss when you need him? That's what I was saying back a few years ago. And so Zito comes in and he addresses exactly what the team needs. Yeah, he got Duclair and some other guys, but he went and got Gudis and all the other guys, and all of a sudden now the Panthers don't take any crap from anybody, and they're ready to rumble, and they're not going to be pushed around, and they're going to be doing some pushing around, and they're going to be the team that at times is going to be physical with you, right? I mean, that's what's changed completely about this team. Well, in comes Mike McDaniel. He sees they cannot run the ball. They cannot protect. He says, that's got to end. I can't run an offense if you can't run the ball and you can't protect. Yes. Wow. What a shocker. And so there's a huge emphasis on the run game, which I love this because, ladies and gentlemen, this tells me that the front office and the coaching staff so far are on the right page with the right vision. And don't be surprised that with this comes a couple of moves on the offensive line in free agency. So all of those things are going to end up happening. And that will change the trajectory of everything for the Miami Dolphins on offense. You have the continuity on defense. You have the continuity on special teams. You're not forcing them to go learn an entirely new playbook and all that stuff. The terminology may change because you have to change up the terminology from year to year. You got to tweak things up because people will pick up on your signals. That's nothing. But the plays are pretty much going to stay the same overall on defense and special teams, right? So you've got continuity there. You never had any on offense. So this actually gives you an opportunity for that. So to me, this is something that actually makes sense when we're looking at what they're doing. That's why I tell you, hey, man, if we're going to look at this situation, let's look at it objectively and let's say, you know what? At least they're addressing the issues that this team has had for a long, long time. And there's no doubt that that's been an issue for a long time, multiple coaches. But this guy, he's obsessed with it. So it's nice to get somebody that's obsessed with the issue that you have as a team. So the hiring of Frank Smith, the keeping of Godsey, the hiring of Matt Applebaum, the fact that you've also got McDaniel there. So now you've got a lot of influence in that run game. And there's going to be a heavy emphasis on it, exactly like the Panthers. And when Bill Zito came over, said, yeah, no, we're soft. We're not doing, no. We're going to toughen this team up. So I like that they're clearly addressing an issue that will have a domino effect to everything else that goes on. And the Panthers the same way. If you're tough, that will have a domino effect on everything else that goes on too on the ice, right? So if the Dolphins can actually fix the run game, that is going to open everything up for everyone else. Quarterbacks, wide receivers, tight ends, you name it, you're actually going to have a chance to have a real offense. What a shocker. It's kind of interesting when you can have a real offense. How about that? So we're going to get ready for a little Sloman's Inside the Paint. The Miami Heat are taking on the Dallas Mavericks tonight at the FTX Arena. There's still times where I'm thinking AAA and I catch myself. But, I am Mr. Crypto, so I got to make sure that I don't screw that up, even though OK Coin, okay, is our proud sponsor here, by the way, okay? I use OK Coin, not FTX. But it is the FTX Arena, so we got to give them the proper due. And by the way, great commercial with Larry David. That was just absolutely outstanding. I love that commercial with Larry David because that's exactly what crypto is right now for some folks. All right, he's got the glasses off, so that means I can bring him up. And we actually, we got Clay to wake up, so that's actually good. There he goes. Yeah, he's digging in the caves. I like it. How you doing, boys? How you feeling? You feeling good?
We're doing good. This is my first show with Clay since the trade deadline, so we have plenty to talk about. And, it's interesting. In a way, I'm going to post a story soon at the Sun Sentinel. You think you're winding down, but the Heat still have 2 open roster spots, still have a Caleb Martin decision, might have another 2-way contract. The lesson I've learned over the years, the personnel game never ends. Last night, all of a sudden, they're signing Haywood Highsmith. It's sort of a placeholder on a 10-day contract until they get things settled. And the other thing we'll get into is these little injuries. Tyler Hero's back out again with a knee injury now. Curiously, Jimmy Butler has a shoulder injury, which I haven't seen before. It also comes 5 days before he's supposed to spend the weekend in Clay's favorite hotspot, Cleveland. Are we going to start seeing a bunch of all-stars who lobbied intensively to be named an all-star and carry that on their resume, decide, wait a minute, that's Cleveland, Ohio, and maybe change their approaches. And also, I want to talk to Clay. There have been all-star replacements named already. LaMelo Ball got one of the spots. Yesterday, Jared Allen did. But for the first place Heat, still just one all-star. For the Cleveland Cavaliers, below the Heat in the all-star game, in the Eastern Conference standings, 2 all-stars. Like to get into that also.
Okay, that's very interesting.
I mean, I got nothing to add. Like,
by the way,
he's got the whole show mapped out.
By the way, I'm going back to Cleveland again in a couple months.
You know, rock and Roll Hall of Fame or something?
9 Inch Nails, Ministry.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, 9 Inch Nails, Ministry, and Nitzer Ebb. And so the 9 Inch Nails doesn't have Ministry and Nitzer Ebb opening up on all the places, but in damn Cleveland they do. So it's just, I don't know what it is, dude, but you know.
Well, and you can get cheap flights to Cleveland because nobody's going there.
By the way, it'll be in September too, so like nice and warm also.
Yeah.
The last time I went, it was cold, dude.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, I love the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I had a blast. I really enjoyed. I mean, I've been to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, so I went for my buddy more than anything else. But that was, although they redid the Pro Football Hall of Fame, was actually it was different when I went for the Marino days. But yeah, I'm actually stuck. I'm going back to Cleveland again for a concert. That's actually some crazy stuff. All right, Clay, what do you got lined up today also on the show?
Well, everything that Ira mentioned, but I think we got to take a broad view of where the Heat now stand. You know, the Bucks got better. The Nets got better because they actually added somebody who appears to be happy to be going there. And the Sixers obviously got better because they had somebody who wasn't playing. And so now you look at this and you say, okay, are the Heat still right there with all of those teams? And if they are, has there been a change in the hierarchy? Has there been a change in Ira's thinking about where they are? I'll say this before we get going. I think the Heat were kind of in that enviable position where if something blew them away at the deadline, then they could make a move, but they didn't have to make a move just for the sake of making a move. I will say that Serge Ibaka move with Milwaukee, I think, flew under the radar a bit. I don't think that's getting enough credit once we look towards the playoffs. So we'll talk about how all this is going to shake out.
What I would say to all of that is, once the Miami Heat is healthy, and if they had a healthy Oladipo, they will get better. So the Sloman's Inside the Paint show, the best NBA Miami Heat show out there.
Damn right.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
I always wonder if that's a compliment, Ira, when it says that nobody talks the Heat in NBA like we do. Like, is that a good thing? Is that a compliment, or is that
no? I think some people actually do it correctly and fully informed and without really bad takes. But we do it our own unique way here on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint. And you know what? The one thing I like about this format more than anything is we can get tangential on all this as Clay flies up and down there trying to get to the chat room.
Yeah, my headroom isn't exactly. That was weird. It looked a little different when I was in the tiny box in the crossover. I'll fix that at the break here. But you like us getting tangential.
I have a new computer this week, which I've been playing around with, so hopefully everything is fine. But the screen resolution is so poor that I literally went to my phone during the break to see if it actually looked that dark in here, which it didn't. But you know what? For the price they paid, I'm sure they got a quality computer item here. So I'll go forward with that.
So we see a good-looking Ira Winderman, even if you're not quite seeing the same Ira Winderman that we're seeing. So
well, then I want to go there then.
Man, we got so much stuff to get to.
Sure.
And as you mentioned in the crossover, our last show was before the trade deadline, and I think there were a lot of names that were floating out there. And I felt Ira, and we'll talk about this as the show goes on, but obviously the big trade, the one that sent Ben Simmons to Brooklyn and James Harden to Philadelphia, that shook up the Eastern Conference. It's obviously going to have an impact on the Heat. I would say even a direct impact when you're talking about as we get down this stretch of the season, and then also indirectly because of what it means for where they may end up in playoff position. But I felt like some of the smaller moves may end up having as big of an impact. I mentioned one of them before we went to break, and that was Serge Ibaka going to Milwaukee. I also thought the fact that San Antonio actually traded Thaddeus Young. You know, you and I talked about this a lot
on the buyout
leading
market,
up to the trade deadline, that, you know, it didn't make as much sense, even though the names were flying around, guys like PJ Washington. Like, it didn't make as much sense to trade your first round pick when you could swing for the fences in the offseason using that as a chip. But somebody like Thaddeus Young made a lot of sense, and now he's not going to be available. So where do you see this shaking out with the roster? You mentioned the decision with Caleb Martin, which really seems kind of like a no-brainer. It's more of a when rather than an if. But where do you see this all shaking out as these next couple of roster spots are going to be filled, and also where the Heat may turn now that somebody like a Thaddeus Young is off the buyout market?
Well, first of all, I just posted a story at the Sun Sentinel, possible options. There are not a lot. If Paul Millsap gets bought out by Philly, he hardly was great this year in Brooklyn, so I'm not sure. So to fill people in, because the rule is a little convoluted and people get these dates wrong, March 1 is the deadline. The NBA calls it it's a playoff waiver eligibility deadline. It means you must be waived if you were in the NBA this season on anything more than a 10-day contract. You must be waived by March 1st to be playoff eligible on another team. So what we're seeing right now is the push-pull, Clay. Right now, players want to get away from non-playoff teams who players are on the last year of their contracts to get to playoff spots. Teams know that. So, for example, the Goran Dragic buyout. San Antonio knows Goran wants to get to a playoff contender, and there's a lot of spots open for him there. But Goran might not want to give up any money. Give me my money and I'm gone. And the Spurs are sort of, well, give us a little back. Give us a little offset for what you got. As we get closer to March 1, desperation kicks in. Because if that player is not waived by March 1st, he's not playoff eligible. It's like Major League Baseball when you acquire a player too late and he's not eligible for the postseason. So we'll see more of this as we get closer to March 1 when it comes to who's going to be in the buyout market and who's not. Because of that, teams are not going to rush willy-nilly to pick up a player now. They want to see how the buyout market shakes out. Once a player is waived by March 1, he can sign anytime until the final day of the regular season to be playoff eligible. So there's time in this process. Most of these teams are not, we have to have someone now. We're desperate. Mm-hmm. These are ancillary playoff pieces. Goran is very interesting because when you look at the Milwaukee Bucks situation, Pat Connaughton has a finger injury right now. He's going to miss at least a month. In order to get Serge Ibaka, they had to give up Dante DiVincenzo, who was a big part of their playoff run to the playoffs last year before he was injured in that first round series against the Heat. Man, Goran Dragic, if he went to Milwaukee right now, I think would be a full-time rotation player, at least till Pat Connaughton comes back. And then his playoff savvy helps also. So I'm making the Bucks the front runner for him. So when you go back to the Heat, and I'm sort of cycling through here, I'm not so sure, we talk about this. We almost devote a segment on this one name every week, that you're just not waiting on the Victor Oladipo thing. And to a lesser extent, are Markieff Morris coming back. And Clay, it's getting really interesting. We're getting sort of a critical mass on both. Because you and I, when we started this in September and October, November, we kept pushing the bar with Victor Oladipo. It doesn't matter if he's here, Ira, in November. There's plenty of time. We're just in December. Well, let's wait till midseason. Midseason came mid-January. No Victor Oladipo. Clay Ferraro goes, Ira, let's wait till the trade deadline. They'll be fine by then. Trade deadline comes. No Victor Oladipo. He's listed again as out tonight at FTX Arena against the Mavericks. So there is no finish line here. The finish line keeps getting pushed further back. It raises some questions. Markieff Morris, on the other hand, gets injured November 8th, not of his own doing, of Nikola Jokic's doing, or I think as he called, Markieff Morris called him in his tweet something like a fat boy or something like that, shoved him in the back, created that whiplash. And here's what's interesting. Markieff says he's been cleared. That's what Markieff says. But the Heat say nothing. Markieff is not doing contact work that we're seeing with the Heat, but he's going down to Stan Remy's gym and working out with Goran Dragic and Isaiah Thomas in full contact workouts where there aren't trainers, as opposed to the Heat facility where there are. That's convoluted. So as much as the buyout and what's going to happen next, we know Caleb Martin will get converted to a standard contract. Those two names hang in the balance. And every time the Heat looks at the buyout market, Clay, they say to themselves, is this player better than what I might have in Victor Oladipo? Is this player better than what I might have in Markieff Morris? And yet here we are on February 15th, and we're still not really sure what the Heat have in either of them. That's the lingering question. They know more than us because they see them in practice, or they see them not in practice. They don't even tell us. That to me is the big question mark. There's not a name, Clay, out there, and I'm sorry, I'll be long-winded here. I'll finish up. There's not a name out there in the perimeter on the buyout market who's better than Victor Oladipo. There's not a player out there on the power market who's a better player than Markieff Morris. But for now, Victor Oladipo and Markieff Morris are just names for us.
So make sure to drop your questions, your comments, and as always, please hit that like button. We really appreciate it. But you guys really drive this show. So any questions you might have about where the Heat may be going, Ira's a guy to go to for that, and I'll just play traffic cop. So I want to go back to the Markieff Morris situation. And so, you know, what you're saying is you're reporting facts. So I'm going to try to fill in kind of some opinion with this stuff. And what I'm seeing on this is you mentioned the fact there are trainers, Heat trainers at one place. They're not at the other. So what it feels like to me, Ira, is this feels a little bit like when you go back to the Chris Bosh situation where the Heat don't want to be the ones to put Markieff Morris in harm's way. That's how let's not aggregate this. This is my opinion as you kind of add all these things up. It feels like there's a real concern. And I think there's been some good reporting done on what the residual fallout could be from having whiplash a third time. I think it was the second time that he's had the injury. And so it really feels like the Heat don't want to be the ones pushing this. And they also, I mean, for liability's sake, you can understand why they wouldn't want their personnel working with him and something else happens. So I think that may be where we're at with that. I say maybe because you're trying to like add opinion and fill it in.
Sure.
On the Victor Oladipo front, I've always I know everybody's different on this. I've always targeted post All-Star break. And a big reason for that is it felt like last year he was never fully healthy. And so it was like, okay, he wanted to get on the floor. And we all know how badly he's wanted to be in Miami. We all know how much he wanted to impress Pat Riley and make sure to find. So I felt like his mind was pushing him to do things that his body wasn't quite ready to do. And oh, by the way, I think you may have been the one to ask him the question last year about whether or not he was fully healthy. And he kind of said, no, I'm still not myself. I'm not. Yeah. And he kind of said it was an honest answer.
Very
candid. Yet I think it kind of gave some insight into, and this is why players all the time, like we want them to be honest, but when they're honest, everybody jumps on him and people viewed it as an excuse. It wasn't. He was never fully healthy. I think, and so Ira, I'm coming back to this. I feel like they're waiting for him to get to the 100% that he can be at this point in his career. Not the, hey, I'm 90% of, I'm 90% of who I am now, even though I'm 50% of what I used to be. Victor Oladipo is not going to be 2019 Victor Oladipo. But what you need to do is make sure that he's not going to go out there and re-injure himself. And if he just goes out there and he plays and he stays healthy, if he plays to the level that he did in that Lakers game before he got hurt, that Victor Oladipo is better than anybody else they could have added at the trade deadline, save for like a James Harden or somebody else who would have taken an enormous amount of assets to get.
I totally agree. And Clay, we need to now put that against who they might get. So I'm actually reading the story now that I just posted at thesunsentinel.com. So especially for our listeners out there and those in the chat room, these are either players who have been bought out or who are linked to buyouts. And we'll let the listeners give their thoughts. And Clay, when I get done with this list, certainly would welcome your thoughts. So far, the names who've been speculated as either are already on the market or are headed to market by March 1st are these: DJ Augustine, Kent Bazemore, DeAndre Bembry, Eric Bledsoe, Goran Dragic, Drew Eubanks, Derek Favors, Enes Kanter Freedom, Gary Harris, Jeremy Lamb, Robin Lopez, Paul Millsap, Mike Muscala, Semi Ojeleye, Tomas Satoransky, Dennis Schroeder, and Tristan Thompson. So those are the names that are getting most of the traction. And I think you'd agree it's kind of meh. Like, you could put together a nice G-League roster. You could put together a lottery team if you want. So the buyout market always is more of a factor of who's there than necessarily what do you need. And maybe instead the Heat are saying, you know what? Got enough. We'll add developmental guys. Because at the end of 2 of the last 3 seasons, they added Kendrick Nunn and Omer Yurtseven as late season additions to develop them.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's where this is headed.
So you mentioned Goran Dragic, and by the way, I want to get to David Triano's question in a minute that he posted in the chat. Let's kind of look at where things stand with this. Goran Dragic loves Miami. He loves the Miami Heat organization. Like, this isn't reporting something that people can't see, but like, he is hanging around the team. You see him at games.
Yes.
I mean, I think he would want nothing more than to be back with this team. I think there are a couple of issues here. Now, and by the way, it can happen now. Now that he's been traded a second time.
And when you're done, I'm going to add in this. There is one thing more he wants, but continue, Clay.
Okay, but I'm going to caution yourself with this.
Okay.
The role that he would be taking on the Miami Heat with this present roster is not, I think, what he would necessarily want, and it's also not what I think Heat fans may envision him in the past. I mean, honestly, Ira, like, you mentioned this in a crossover. If Tyler Hero's knee injury continues to flare up, and if that becomes an issue that's a lingering problem, like, I could see Goran Dragic filling in more to the Tyler Hero come off the bench and score role than I could see him as coming in as a point guard at this point. And Gabe Vincent's put in a lot of time to where you're kind of liking. So there are just a number of reasons why this isn't the no-brainer that I think some fans would think that it is. But make no mistake about it. If everything would add up, he could be here. But when you look at somewhere like Milwaukee, where he could go and potentially get a ring, he could fill a role that, like, they really need somebody to jump into that spot. They need him. The Heat would want him. He would want Miami. They need him, and they would push harder for him. And I think his role there, even though Drew Holiday is obviously starting, his role there would be a bit more defined.
Yeah, I think you might, in moments of truth, when violence is not required, trust Goran Dragic over Grayson Allen. So you have that going on in Milwaukee. There's talk about Golden State, that they've never really had that true point guard beyond staff. Now it's different there. They have Draymond Green. But Draymond Green is a facilitating big man, sort of as like Bam and Jimmy Butler, which Goran Dragic thrived alongside on the way to the NBA Finals in 2020 here. Golden State to name. The Lakers have been floated. But man, you've got to be pretty desperate to go into that crap show. Yes, Goran Dragic late in games would be a preferable choice to Russell Westbrook because Goran Dragic can, what's the basketball term? Oh yeah, shoot. So he can do that instead. Chicago, behind Lonzo Ball, there's somewhat of a void. He can get minutes there. So Clay, to go back to what I was interrupting you on, and what you mentioned is this. We know the Heat have comfort in their starting lineup that's been very productive. Say what you want about Duncan Robinson, up and down. I'll let Big O argue with me on our accurate Pembroke Pines reports when we get back to that. But you know that it's worked really well with Bam and PJ Tucker and Jimmy Butler and Duncan Robinson and Kyle Lowry. So your question becomes this. Off the bench, Goran, if he were to come back, would not play ahead of Tyler Hero. I think you and I would agree.
Yep.
Then the Victor Oladipo thing. Would he play ahead of Victor Oladipo if he comes back? Well, Victor Oladipo is the great unknown. One thing we know about Goran is he's ambulatory. You know, they always say one of the best abilities is availability. Goran can give you that. Would he necessarily play ahead of Gabe Vincent when two-way guards are needed and you need defense also? For as much as it went to crap at the end of the Brooklyn game on Saturday, Gabe Vincent was the defensive choice on the court at the time because he's a two-way player. So you'd have to weigh that if you're the Heat also. I don't think Goran would want to come back, even though it'd be simple for him to just stay in Miami in a non-playing role. I think Goran wants to show Toronto, you made a mistake by not playing me, by not trusting me. He wants to show the league that San Antonio, you traded for a player who can play instead of written off. The other factor is, and this will be fascinating tonight, As a matter of fact, I need some help from our listeners out there. So people kind of lean in and listen in here. There's the Dallas Mavericks situation of going to Dallas and playing with his buddy, Luka Doncic. They won Euro Cup together for Slovenia. Now, Dallas added a point guard type of player.
And by the way, Ira, not to interrupt you, but Shams Charania had just reported that the Spurs and Goran Dragic have reached a buyout.
As you would fully expect. That's where that was headed. So does Goran go to Dallas? But they just added Spencer Dinwiddie, and Jalen Brunson has been really good this season. So here's your assignment, Heat listeners out there on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show. If you spot Goran Dragic at tonight's Heat Mavericks game, and I believe he will be there, we need photo evidence either on your Instagram page or Twitter or somewhere else. And preferably, and again, because you're all my close personal friends, if you can tell us exactly what section and seat Goran is in so I can go talk to him, that would be preferable also. It's going to be really interesting. Does Goran lay low now that he has the buyout? Because now it's real. It's not just playtime. Or does Goran make himself very visible and tell buyout teams, hey, I'm here. I'm at an NBA game. The Heat are here. The Mavericks are here. Make me your best offer.
So this is what Goran Dragic's potential role would be on the Miami Heat. If Tyler Hero is hurt, he comes in and he plays. Yes. Because I think getting back to your original point about Gabe Vincent and being a two-way player, which Goran Dragic, God bless him, he is not. He tries, but he's not.
But he knows the system. But at least he knows the defensive system to try to fit into it.
But when you're looking at your bench lineup, and you've already got Tyler Hero, who's somebody come in, a microwave type scorer, but the defense is lacking a little bit. I don't think that you can play that combo coming off the bench in big, important games, important minutes. So then you start to look at, okay, who fits better on that bench unit? And so when you're playing, if you're assuming Tyler Hero is first off that bench, and he's going to be in that bench unit, Tyler and Goran, not so much of a fit. Tyler and Gabe Vincent, yeah, you can play that. Tyler Hero and Victor Oladipo, absolutely. Like, that's a perfect, those two guys, that's the type of thing you're looking for, because Victor Oladipo is going to be your defensive guy off the bench. And frankly, if he's healthy, and that's a big if, obviously, at this point, I think he's one of the guys playing down the stretch of games in the playoffs when you're going offense, defense, possession, you want him on the floor. So that's why when you're looking at Goran Dragic, and he's going to be looking at Milwaukee, like, man, I wouldn't just be going there to come off the bench and spell Drew Holiday during the regular season. He could have an actual role on a playoff and potentially a championship team. So those are the types of things. And look, we all love Goran, man. I mean, I don't know if there's a better guy to be around, but he's a guy that has pride, and you understand that. And he's a guy that if he wins a ring, he wants to be a part of that team and a part of actually getting to the winner's circle, not just somebody who's going to be riding people's
coattails. And Clay, how ironic would it be if the Heat play the Bucks in the first round? PJ Tucker, who was with the Bucks last year with the Heat, Goran Dragic, who was with the Heat last year with the Bucks, and sort of a reverse kind of deal there. That would be interesting also. Goran is the name on the buyout market right now.
All right, so much more to get to. You guys have had some great comments, great questions. We're going to get to those after the break. And also, I want to look at the Jimmy Butler. You mentioned the shoulder injury. I do wonder, you mentioned, is this just because he doesn't want to go to Cleveland, or is there something there? Because I noticed a couple of things, especially late in that game the other night against Brooklyn, that kind of made me shake my head a little bit. I want to get your take on that. A lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B Butz Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B Butz Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButzJrEnterprises.com. A certified white mean contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. What's going on? David, Chase, Idala, Samuel, you guys have been great so far. We're going to get to all your questions, your comments. Drop some more in the chat if you've got them. David brought up a question I want to get to coming up in just a little bit. But I want to go back to what we were talking about with Jimmy Butler. The other night, and I actually tweeted this, and I took it down because someone mentioned the shoulder injury. But I said, what is Jimmy Butler doing? And there was a point, it was specifically, there was a play where he was in the lane, Ira, and he had – it was like a wide open 5-foot shot. And he goes up to shoot. Nobody even jumps with him. And he looks and then just drops it off. I think it was DeBam. And this was not the play where they were throwing, where Kyle Lowry threw an errant pass. It was just one of those where it was like, man, why aren't you taking that? Why aren't you shooting that shot? And you're Jimmy Butler, man. You're this team's closer. You have to be the one that's taking those shots down the stretch. And we've talked about this before. That's what Spo wants you to do. Spo he's not even bothering to come up with the great out of timeout plays down the stretch. He's just give you the ball and let you have to be making those plays. Now, to his credit, he did come up with the big shot later on. But I ask you this, on that particular play, was there something in your head that was like, man, that didn't look right? Is that shoulder kind of playing into this, or is this just a matter of, man, Jimmy Butler's got to be Jimmy Butler in those moments and be the guy to take the big shot and be more aggressive and not defer?
I actually remember that play. I think it was like a 4-on-2 or something. They had numbers. It was an easy finish. And they kept pass. And while you admire the ball movement, they came up empty on the possession. I believe the Nets then went the other way and hit a three. I just remember it was an absolute crap show of a possession. Yes. So I'm not so sure that an injury at that point blank, I think it's more of a mindset. I think Jimmy so wants to show that he's a team player that he would rather the SportsCenter highlight show the nifty little dump pass to the follow. He gets the assist anyway. He builds that triple-double resume. He'd have done that a little bit too much. As a matter of fact, people even ask me, what's the difference between all these, great starts and these blown leads late? Because the Heat play globetrotter basketball at the start and through the first three quarters, and then the game's slow, which is what it's going to be like in the playoffs. And I wrote this in the Sun Sentinel today. They have to get their fourth quarter game down because that first quarter game ain't going to play in the playoffs when you're fully scouted and reported, when teams have days between games that they can go back to the game plan and readjust and go to the game tape. So, it was a really curious play. Jimmy's not an excuse maker, and he's played on the bad ankle and, and with the soreness before. I think that was just trying to do too much to show, hey, we're the Miami Heat and we do things differently here. Because, again, he finished the game. He went on there. There was no going over. There was no, timeout that he had to see Jay Sable, the trainer. So I didn't really notice that as, hey, like with Tyler Hero or something, it's an injury moment at hand. And after the game, if you remember, Tyler Hero spoke to Kristen Hewitt on the Bally Sports Sun postgame interview. And he said it was great to be back, but he still didn't feel 100%. And to me, that's a red flag to the front office. And they're saying, wait a minute, we only have 2 games left, tonight against Dallas, FTX Arena, Thursday in Charlotte before the week-long All-Star break. We have a great chance to get anyone fully healthy here, whether it's Tyler Hero, whether it's Jimmy Butler, whether it's Caleb Martin with that Achilles. So I could see a scenario where Jimmy sits out the next 2, just like Zach LaVine is with the Bulls, goes to All-Star because it's not real basketball. And if I remember correctly, the last time Jimmy and Bam were in the All-Star game, I think Jimmy played very minimal minutes. He basically I don't need to do this. I just want to have it on my resume, want to do the interviews, want to get the endorsements and like that. So we could see a scenario across the league where guys are slowing it down. Giannis Antetokounmpo didn't play yesterday in the Bucks' loss to the Portland Trailblazers. Well, Giannis Antetokounmpo, captain of Team Giannis, playing with his brothers in the Skills Challenge, will be at the All-Star weekend. That's not basketball. That's going to the beach in Cleveland. That's just different there. So I think we could see, it'll be curious to see who actually rolls out on the court for the Heat these next 2 games. And if there is a real shoulder injury, would not surprise me to see 2 things. Jimmy sit out these next 2, go to Chicago in a nominal role, and get that whole Monday through Thursday off before they play that Friday night game in New York.
Now, and this is not saying that these next 2 games aren't important, because I think you want to go to the All-Star break with that number 1 seed. You want to be looking down on the rest of the Eastern Conference standings.
Absolutely.
But the most important thing is making sure these guys are healthy. And so you're right. With what you're saying, I think people need to not freak out if guys sit out real basketball where they're going to be taking a pounding, and man, you're going up against guys in the post that are going to be, hey, if you're Tyler Hero and you're trying to get in the lane, you can bang knees with somebody. That's not the type of stuff. That's the type of stuff where you can get hurt. Chances are in the All-Star game when nobody's playing any defense, you're going to be okay. So
unless you get an angry Dwayne Wade after a non-call against Kobe Bryant, that'll break your nose, but that's the exception.
Yeah, and so I can understand that. I'll say this, though. If Jimmy Butler, if the shoulder injury had nothing to do with what happened down the stretch, and this is why I wanted to ask you this question, I need to see this team play better offensively in crunch time. And I think you actually wrote about this, and it was I feel like I'm actually getting smarter because when I'm thinking something that I see you write, I'm like, oh, well, maybe I'm actually starting to understand basketball better. But they're a problem offensively. There are issues offensively at the end of games. And I think what you said is the most important part of this. They can jump out to 15, 20-point leads when it's early in games and they're playing Globetrotter basketball. But when you get down to when the game is going to be when we get to playoff time and you can't score consistently, that's an issue. Now, the good thing for this team is you saw them at crunch time, the defense, which is the identity of this team, PJ Tucker and Kyle Lowry swarming Kyrie Irving and the Nets on that final play. So, I think you're confident, especially if and when they get Victor Oladipo back, that defensively they can get down and get that stop even against the best of the best when it matters. But you got to score the buckets to get the lead first. So I need to see some better stuff with this team down the stretch late in games. And
like the player said, there were some mindless passes at the end of the game.
Yeah, it was bad.
Kyle Lowry throwing that attempted hit-ahead pass to Jimmy Butler when he posts up and just catches the ball. You don't need that. Burn clock, run seconds off of there. I like what Eric Spoelstra said after the game. I like what PJ Tucker said. We'll learn from this. Better to learn in February than have to learn late April, May, and June. So hopefully the lessons are hitting home. Obviously, these guys are stubborn because it keeps happening. But eventually, hopefully, you hit them in the head enough times, they'll realize they got to change things.
And see, that's my problem, Ira. And look, the greatest players of all time are all stubborn. I mean, there's a mindset that goes along. There's a reason why they're great, and it's because they put out the work, and they can look at all of us idiots and say, look, I know a lot more about this game than you do. I put a lot more time into it than you do. And I understand that. But this is a recurring theme. And look, we all remember what Jimmy Butler did in the bubble to go to the NBA final. I need to see him play better offensively late in games. I need to see him not settling for jump shots. I need to see him not ever take a three-pointer ever again in the fourth quarter. I never want to see it. I want to see him drive into the basket and getting fouled, getting contact. And I get it, man. It's February, but I just don't feel like this is a switch that you can flip on when we get to the playoffs. I need to start seeing it now. And you're right. You need to learn. And this is the time to learn, but I need to see the fruits of that learning eventually before it actually starts to matter.
And the one thing I will say is this. Coaches are smart. And we see this in football also. Eric Spoelstra is not opening the secret playoff binder of when in trouble, go to play X. So I think part of this also is Eric's not showing his hand. He's not running the end around. He's not running the halfback pass. He's saving that for the Super Bowl when he has to run that kind of play. So I think it's a matter of also there will be a playoff style. The NBA will be off from Sunday to the following Saturday, the week before the playoffs, unless you're in the play-in, which I think we all agree the Heat will finish top 6 or better. There will be time for playoff boot camp. There will be time for, okay, guys, those binders we gave you in September, put them aside. Here's the book. Here's what we do. The situation we were in against the Nets, we ran X, Y, and Z. But now we're running alpha, beta, gamma. This is our playoff book. This is our open in case of emergency. So I think there's also part of that, just like Eric not rushing and back certain players. The other part of that is defensively also at the end against the Nets when you needed to stop. When Caleb Martin's available, he was out because of the Achilles in that game. That's someone else you have in there. It's easier to play offense, defense when you have a Caleb Martin. So again, not the full closing package. Closing Heat in February is going to be a lot different from closing Heat April, May, and June. There's another level. Eric's going to get there when he has to. When you're sitting in first place, you don't have to get there right now.
And putting a bow on this, Dola says driving to the basket is when Jimmy gets hurt. And I understand that. I think that's why I'm saying do that late in games. Like I don't need him pounding into guys with 7 minutes left in the first quarter against Charlotte in February. But, man, when you're getting to the last 2 minutes of a game and you need that win, I need to see him attacking. And by the way, that's where we've seen him successful. Man, the famous the photo of a champion before he's a champion that Eric Spoelstra talked about when he was exhausted. You know, he's sitting there like hunched over. What I think people think looking back at that photo, it was after a made shot. No, he drove to the basket and he got fouled.
Right.
And he actually ended up going to the free throw. So, like, that's where he's at his best. And maybe you're right. Maybe looking back at that, we'll see that Jimmy Butler in the playoffs. You're right, Cito. He does get hurt at times doing that. Not necessarily injured, but gets banged up. In the last 2 minutes of games, that's when you want to save those attacking moments for that. David brought this up in the last segment. I want to ask you this, back to Victor Oladipo. How much time do you think that he needs with this team in order to get that chemistry going, for him to feel right with them and for them to feel right with him?
I mentioned this in my Ask Ira at sunsettle.com today. I don't think it'll necessarily be game time. I think it'll be practice time. I think it'll be running through the full package in practice against them when they know what they're doing. So honestly, I would say 2, 3, 4, 5 games. That's it. Because again, the NBA, once they added the play-in round, they added what used to be the case way back in the day when Pat Riley was coaching the Knicks and early with the Heat, that week off before the playoffs start. So now you can tell your team, okay, we have a game in Orlando that Sunday, April 10th. We'll be home by midnight after that. Take Monday off. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we are going to have a playoff camp. The Heat, Pat Riley, when he was in New York, used to go to Charleston and actually have an away-from-home camp. The Heat at times used to go up to Palm Beach County, take a hotel, and really make it a playoff camp. You'll have all that time. That's when they could break it down. The 14 minutes that Victor Oladipo might play in a game in early April are not nearly as important as what happens in the different groupings, where Eric can see during practice, hey, Vic works good with him, but doesn't work good with him. Hey, in this situation, Caleb is still the better defensive closer, and Tyler's the better offensive closer. But if I go into the last 2 minutes without a timeout, and I can't keep going offense, defense, Vic is the best answer. Sort of mix and match, and that's what they're going to have, which sort of takes us back to even like with Goran. We're trying to figure who fits in. But if we have the 5-man starting lineup that I mentioned, that we talk about, again, the Adebayo, Tucker, Robinson, Butler, Lowry, we know that Tyler Hero is going to play as a 6-man. Pretty sure right now, all due respect to Omar Yurtsevin, that Dwayne Dedmon's going to play as a 7th man. Sure is a lot of confidence in Caleb Martin as an 8th man. you're almost sitting there going, who fits better as a ninth man? And a ninth man is not going to be one of your leading scorers. He's going to be a situational player. And if Max Strus is hitting his threes, you might not be the ninth man in that alignment also. And I'm probably missing someone here. Gabe Vincent, which shows you how deep you go. Yeah. It's going to be all about fit. If you're asking me this, Ira, is Victor Oladipo going to come back and play 38 minutes, starting time this season? I do not see that at all at any point going forward, unless there are massive, injuries or there's the next variant of COVID.
And I'm glad you mentioned Goran, because Kane's asked this question in the chat about Goran. He's just joining. And so going back to the Goran discussion, just really quickly to recap what we said earlier, the issue you're having is kind of what Ira just said. It's where's that fit? And I think with having Tyler Hero as your first guy off the bench, a guy who is a microwave scorer, not a very good defender, I don't know that it makes a whole lot of sense with that bench unit to add a Goran Dragic to that mix. Now, if Tyler Hero, if this knee injury becomes some sort of an issue, and again, at this point, there's nothing to make you think it's any more than a flare-up, but that's the type of role, like if you were to slide Goran Dragic into any role on this team coming off the bench, it would be Tyler Hero's role, because Goran Dragic is not as much of a complement to Tyler Hero as a Victor Oladipo
unless Goran is totally willing and says, you know what, I know I might not play, but Miami's really nice here. I have my home, I have my friends, I have some family. So maybe it's that. Maybe Goran just says, you know what, I understand that he was about sacrifice when I was here, and I understand if I come back, it'll be the same. It's really a matter of what Goran wants. You'd almost want the Heat, if he's interested, to talk to him and saying, hey, just wait. Matter of fact, not even that. You'd want the Heat to say to Goran Dragic this: I need you to listen to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. What they said, are you willing to work within those parameters? So it's going to be a simple hour. He can even go out and get a home security camera while he's doing that, and then he'll have a better idea. It's pretty much laid out what the role here will be. Goran knows that. I think it's his willingness as much as anything. Do you want to slide into this role, or the Bucks role, or the Bulls role, or the Lakers role, or the Warriors role? But there certainly will be opportunity for him out there, maybe even the Celtics.
Yeah, and it's not that he couldn't help this team. It's not that they don't love him and wouldn't love him to be around the team. It's where do you play him, and who do you play him with? And can you be that much of a liability defensively in the backcourt?
Well, I'll give you one more, Clay. What about the Nets? What about end of games when you need a shooter and you can't put Ben Simmons out there? You can bring Goran in. He'll shoot. He'll launch him up. That's another possibility there. So really, the world is Goran's oyster right now.
And it's interesting you say that, because after the break, I want to talk about all these moves around the league. It's funny, like we've been able to spend 40 minutes. We've even talked about the James Harden for Ben Simmons trade and kind of how that all shakes down. But the fact you mentioned Goran, the Brooklyn situation is really interesting, because the Heat are one of the few teams that even if they put Goran Dragic on the floor, along with Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, He's one of the few teams that could match up defensively with that, and they still can. That's the type of thing that you're looking at going down the stretch here is how do the Heat match up with a James Harden Philadelphia 76ers? How do they match up with a Ben Simmons Brooklyn Nets? So all that to get to next. How do the Heat fit among the contenders? We're going to get to that and a lot more coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it can save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDConstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDConstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's home security inside the paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back. Home stretch here on Inside the Paint. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. Make sure to smash that like button, as Big O likes to say. And also, again, you guys have been great with your questions, your comments. That really drives the show for us, so we appreciate it. We'll get to all those. We'll attempt to get to all those as the last segment rolls on, if Ira will let me. I wanted to talk about the big trades that we haven't even had a chance to get to. And the big one, I think, last week, we kind of felt it a little bit more the morning of our show. I think the momentum started to build a bit, so we were able to kind of talk about it in more certain terms, but now we can talk about it in absolutely certain terms. James Harden is a Philadelphia 76er. Ben Simmons is a member of the Brooklyn Nets. How much better did each of these teams get? And do the Heat have something to be concerned about now as far as their standing amongst the Eastern Conference contenders because of this one move?
Yes, yes, and yes. Let's face it, the Sixers got a player for a player who wasn't playing. So that's an automatic upgrade, no matter how the fit works with James Harden, Joel Embiid, or not. So that's a win for them. The Nets got a player for a player who was disinterested and basically shut it down on them. So that's a victory for them. Heck, even the Seth Curry upgrade on James Harden is a victory because it's someone who cares and will give his all and has a very unique skill set. So that's a victory for them. The thing, and I've written about this a couple of times at the Sun Sentinel, Clay, my concern is this. The Nets still don't have Kyrie Irving at home. I believe it's something like 7 of the next 8. Kyrie is not eligible to play. They have a game in Madison Square Garden. The New York vaccination rule is in effect there also. I remember back in the day that he played a New York Knicks team that was a low seed because Latrell Sprewell had missed most of the season. Allen Houston steps up, hits a shot, Heat are eliminated. If the Miami Heat were to play the fully healthy, reconfigured Brooklyn Nets in the first round, which is very much a possibility in a 1-8 or a 2-7, it's not going to be the Brooklyn Nets team we saw at FTX Arena on Saturday night. It's going to be Kevin Durant will be there. It's going to be Ben Simmons will be there. It's going to be Seth Curry will be there. And at least in Nets road games, of which there'll be 4 if they play as the lower seed, Kyrie Irving will be there. Man, I don't want anything to do with that. I'd rather almost play anyone else in the East. And I know what the listeners and those in the chat board have said. The Nets don't defend. You just need to outscore them. No, the Nets still will have the scoring of Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, and will have plenty. So I think that's where it sort of concerns me the most, is that you have a Nets team that was one thing for most of the season. And if the vaccine rule changes in New York, could be a completely different thing. It's almost the G League has done this and some other leagues have done this. You can choose your playoff opponent. Now, of course, you anger the other teams when you choose someone as, oh, I'll take them, they get the motivation. But I can tell you this, Clay, if there was a draft of first-round opponents, I think the Heat might draft otherwise than what they might wind up with. Because at number 1 or number 2, there's a good chance the Heat are either going to get the Brooklyn Nets, the Toronto Raptors, the Boston Celtics, stand right there all as possibilities. So when you look at teams like that, maybe the Atlanta Hawks with Trae Young, it's just interesting. The lower seeds in the East are not going to be cupcakes. There's going to be a lot of 6 and 7 game series, I believe, in the first round in the East this season.
It's like you're reading Kane's 1989's brain. He actually asked in the chat who are the teams that the Heat should avoid in the playoffs. I think you mentioned them. And I've come around to your line of thinking on Toronto. Now, I wasn't afraid of them before. Afraid isn't the right word. I wasn't concerned about them before. But after that game that went to triple overtime, and this goes back to what I said in the last segment, I need to see Jimmy Butler at closing time be the star that Fred VanVleet was in that game. And I've seen him do that. I've seen him make the big shots. So I need to see that. And so I think those are the teams that if you're choosing your opponent, of all the teams you just mentioned, by the way, I'm still not convinced that Boston has figured out exactly who they are. They're in a really nice stretch right now. And maybe they have. Jason Tatum more on ball. And they're obviously very, very talented. But they're still kind of putting their roster together. They're missing a lot of guys. So if you're asking what are the teams that the Heat should avoid, I think Ira just did a good job of rattling all of them off. Really quickly, not to detour too much, but Lenny joined a bit late. He's asking about Markieff Morris. So basically what's going on with that, and Ira mentioned it, is he's working out with Stanley Remy. The Heat are being really careful, it appears right now, not to have him working out with the team, with their personnel working with him. So that's what you can kind of look at as fact. What I'm kind of saying is opinion is it reminds you a bit of the Chris Bosh situation in this, that sometimes you have to protect the player from themselves, and you also don't want to have liability issues right there if something were to happen. You don't want your team personnel to be the ones who inflicted, that isn't the right word, but who are the ones kind of like on watch when it happened.
Take responsibility.
So when you're asking what happened, there's a feeling that I think this was the second whiplash injury that he suffered.
Second
neck
injury,
a third one could be really, really bad. And so it feels like the Heat are being super cautious with this. They want every single box checked before they even want to be able to work with him. And look, in the past, they have a history of this where they do not want to be the ones that put somebody in harm's way. Okay, so the Ben Simmons addition to Brooklyn and the James Harden addition to Philadelphia. I want to go back to something you just said a few minutes ago about, people say, well, Brooklyn can't defend. Ben Simmons can. And that's where I actually said this a few months ago when all this stuff was going down. And actually, honestly, when James Harden ended up in Brooklyn in the first place, I felt like Ben Simmons was a better fit there than James Harden is and was. And that was before Ben Simmons got how to shoot a layup. But I don't think that Ben Simmons that was kind of in his own head and had problems down the stretch in playoff games, they don't need him to be that Ben Simmons. They need him to go to Brooklyn, handle the ball, find Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving in spots that they like. And that's a different discussion, by the way. But he's just a guy that, like, if you have a weaker defender on him, because you have to put your best defenders on Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving, he can get to the basket, and he will get to the basket offensively. He's not going to sit in the corner and shoot threes. Like, you don't need him to do that. And then defensively, man, did people forget how great this guy is defensively?
He's a top 5 perimeter defender in the NBA right now.
My goodness.
So all of it, and you know what? And the underrated defender, maybe the most underrated defender among NBA stars, is Kevin Durant, who is a very, very good defender. So if Kevin Durant's going to take the Bam assignment and Ben Simmons takes the Jimmy Butler assignment, then all of a sudden Kyle Lowry has a full plate of him having to be the man, or maybe Tyler Hero if you put him in that 4-man unit also. So it does change the dynamic. Again, need to see Ben Simmons, need to see all that time off. But if on one hand, the Heat are counting on Victor Oladipo after all that time off, then it's no different than the Nets counting on Ben Simmons after all his time off. Matter of fact, Ben Simmons has played competitive basketball more recently than Victor Oladipo has.
That's a great point. Yeah, and I think the thing with Ben Simmons too is, look, chemistry matters a lot. And well, let me say this. I kind of dispelled any thoughts about whether the Heat need to be on the floor a lot together in order to develop that chemistry with the first couple of weeks of this season. I was like, you know what, that's it. That's with the Heat, I'm fine with it. Like working Victor Oladipo in is not a question to me. They're going to be fine. I think it's a bit different when you're working at a Ben Simmons with Brooklyn, because he's somebody who he's going to be a more integral part of what they do if they're going to win a championship than Victor Oladipo will be for the Heat. You're expecting him to be in a bench role.
Right. You're talking about the third man versus the ninth man. Yes.
I think the thing that we saw in the Super Bowl, and I think it translates to this. Ultimately, talent wins, and chemistry matters a lot. Nobody is dispelling that, but when Kevin Durant becomes your second best defender, as opposed to being your best defender, and you can put Kevin Durant on the second best player on the other, and Ben Simmons can get the assignment of just, man, go be a talented defender. Just go get that guy. Make sure Jimmy Butler does not get to the basket. That's the type of difference that Ben Simmons can make with this team, where before, like if you're Brooklyn and you have James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant, and all of a sudden Jimmy Butler's getting to the paint at will, you have to make a decision. Do we force Kevin Durant to use all of his energy on the defensive end of the floor and maybe take the ball out of his hands off? It's just, it gives you so many more things that you can do. So I think Brooklyn got better. And I'm not saying that I think Ben Simmons is necessarily a better player overall than James Harden, but I think he's a much, much better fit for what Brooklyn needed.
I think
James
Brooklyn
Harden
got more betterer, as speaking as a journalist, than the Sixers did, because the pieces fit. I still have to see how James Harden plays with a dominant big man. The last time he played with a dominant big man, I don't know if we call him a dominant big man, with Clint Capella in Houston, all they asked Clint Capella was to roll on the pick and roll and rim runs on the fast break. Joel Embiid's not going to be limited to that. Joel Embiid's not going to be limited to 6 shots a game. Joel, just go out and get a bunch of rebounds and score on the offensive rebounds. No, Joel Embiid is someone who has to be featured. So we'll be curious to see if James Harden can coexist with that level of talent. Never quite reached that with Chris Paul. Never quite reached that with Russell Westbrook. Never quite reached that. John Wall's a little different. That was a different situation. So there are a lot more questions with Philadelphia. So that'll be interesting also. So again, nothing's definitive in the East. When it comes to continuity and cohesion, I'd go with the Bucks and the Heat. They know what they are, who they are, how they are. They have their playoff game plan set. They already know. They can say, okay, let's just get to the end of April. We know what we want to do. It's in our playbook. The Nets still have to learn themselves. The 76ers still have to learn themselves. Chicago, with Alex Caruso coming back and Lonzo Ball, have to still relearn themselves to a degree. That's different, and that makes a difference in moments of truth. Have you been there, seen that, done it? The Heat have in the 2020 playoffs. The Bucks have in the 2021 playoffs. The Nets right now are just an illusion, just a creation, sort of like that previous Nets big three with Garnett and Pierce and Darren Williams. You have to wait to see if it's really something tangible or not. And who knows? James Harden didn't get his player opt-in for next year in time at the trade deadline when it had to be done within 48 hours. He could still become a free agent this summer. You just never know. If anyone is flighty in the NBA, it's James Harden.
And with Philadelphia, we know there's going to be that adjustment period, but I do think there's going to be a honeymoon period where they're doing everything they can to make it work, James Harden and Joel Embiid. And by the way, Joel Embiid, I don't think he gets enough credit for dealing with a lot of the garbage that he's dealt with in Philadelphia. He's had to watch all this stuff go down, and he has been for somebody who he's just got this personality that sometimes makes you feel like, oh, he's just happy-go-lucky. He doesn't really, I don't know if you say he doesn't care as much, but man, he has been the rock there, and he obviously has the injury history, but I think he's going to work hard to make it work with James Harden, and I think vice versa, because James Harden knows what his reputation is. But 2 things. Number one, I think they're going to miss Seth Curry. I really do. I mean, that's like you're adding a James Harden, but you had somebody in Seth Curry that you talk about gravity all the time. Duncan Robinson with the Heat has that gravity that pulls defenders away. You're going to miss him. And number 2, part of this run for them where they've looked so much better of late, Tyrese Maxey is become a really, really good player on the ball. And so I think you're going to take the ball out of his hands a bit in order to, I think you can see James Harden almost taking on a bit of a point guard type role like he did with Brooklyn for a while, where Kyrie Irving was almost like the smaller shooting guard. But that takes the ball out of Tyrese Maxey's hands. And Maxey's somebody really good defender, but he's not somebody who is going to hurt you off the ball. And like you have to really account for him. He doesn't have that kind of gravity. So to your point, the pieces of this deal, you can see where they fit a lot better in Brooklyn, even if you're going to tell me, and I'm not going to argue that Philadelphia may have gotten the better talent end of the deal by adding the best player in the deal. I think the pieces fit better in Brooklyn.
But I will say this, Philadelphia, by holding out and not putting in Matisse Thybulle or Maxey in there, also protected themselves by having fallback options. So you can make an argument they have the better depth of talent than Brooklyn does right now.
And that's fair. And we're getting some more questions about Victor Oladipo, just because people hopping in late. Just a quick update on that. There is no real update. And
I wish there was.
We always joke about this, but one day Eric Spoelstra is just going to walk out and say, yeah, Vic ran through all the practice. He's going to play tomorrow night.
Or the injury report the day before a game will upgrade him to questionable, and it'll be game on. Yeah. Yeah,
that's right. But I put it this way. There's no reason to believe there's been a setback. There's nothing that like makes you, it feels to me, and again, not to aggregate, this is more like opinion. It feels to me there's an extra level of caution because last year he wanted to run back out on the floor. He wanted to impress Pat Riley. He wanted to be a member of the Miami Heat and show what he could do. This year, I think they're like, look, you're going to be a key part of this championship drive. We need you to be fully healthy. And I've always kind of circled the All-Star break and after that. If we start to get into mid to late March and there's no real update, then that's what I would start to wonder a bit more. But again, this is all personal opinion.
I already typed it in. Ferraro, Colin, Heat forced to be cautious with Oladipo. As soon as we're done, boom, it's going to be out there.
I guess, if that's the case, at least we're getting clicks and listens and
smashes
and people smashing the like buttons, right? So a couple of questions, comments as we get to the end of the show. Kane's 19, it feels like Pat Riley wants to win a ring. That's why Oladipo hadn't come back yet. Yeah, I think look, they know the playoffs are all that matter, and I think they want to make sure he's healthy for that. Let's get out on this. Last question from Lenny, and it was what we mentioned in the crossover. The Serge Ibaka edition in Milwaukee. We got about 30 seconds. How does that change their team?
I think it just helps bridge the gap in case Brook Lopez doesn't come back from his back injury, gives them another playoff body. Serge is not the Raptors championship Ibaka, or else the Clippers would have kept him. But a nice subtle move, although I think they left them short in the backcourt by moving on from Dante DiVincenzo. But they got plenty of depth. Wes Matthews has come and played very well for them.
Which is why Goran Dragic, unfortunately, could make a lot of sense for them. We're going to keep following all of this. Next week's show will be packed as well as we get ready to hit the All-Star break. Thanks, as always, guys. This has been great. We appreciate you. Please smash that like button, and please stay tuned. The Big O Show rolls on next.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B Butz Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B Butz Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJD Construction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJD Construction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Sprally Pablo in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O, no one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All right, good morning. This is not the Big O. It's Sean Stanley here with you right now. Big O is on the way, so we'll have him. Want to thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, who with the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint. We are live at Hialeah Park. O is on the way. What we're going to do is get you started with a little bit of an interview that we did with Benjamin Albright. It was on the big game, during the big game, and it was talking about Mike McDaniel and a little bit with Aaron Rodgers as well. We're going to dive into that, and then when O gets here, we're going to get the Big O Show started live from right here in Hialeah Park Casino. So enjoy the Benjamin Albright interview. We'll be right back with you.
You doing, sir?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourselves?
Good. Before we get into football, okay, I want you to answer this question for me. We've got Bitcoin at 42.4. Will Bitcoin soar some because of all the crypto commercials today? Do we get people, what's that, FOMOing in at this point when they see the commercials? Will it affect it or not? What do you think?
I think short term you'll get some buy-in. Short term, you also get some sells. You'll get some people that bought super low, just trying to profit take. So you're going to get a raise. You'll get a little bit of a raise, a little bit of a fallback. It won't fall all the way back to where it did, but you'll get a raise, a little hook, and it'll keep working its way. It'll keep working its way up as it does.
Well, you and I are crypto guys, and by the way, we are broadcasting live from the OK Coin Crypto Studios. Overall, so. Where do you think we're going now? Because we got the whole Russia thing in Ukraine. So what do you think is going to happen in the market? Do we get another dip, or do you think now we're finally getting out of it and moving up? What do you think?
I think we'll get a slight hit to that. Investor confidence, anytime there's war, investor confidence always gets a little shaky. But the long-term outlook, I think, is good. I hope we can steer clear and avoid, any armed conflict in this. If we do, then everybody's money should be good a lot more quickly.
All right. In your backyard, my brother, everybody thinks that the seed was planted by hiring the head coach because that was going to lead to the quarterback. And by the way, I did not realize this until a couple of weeks ago. The Denver Broncos, it's not just a John Elway thing. They've never drafted their great quarterbacks all the way to Craig Morton. I didn't realize that. When I look back, they also traded for Craig Morton. So yep. Elway, Manning, and Morton were all traded for. So the Rodgers one seems like it's a natural thing to do.
Well, yeah, certainly does. The Rodgers thing, I don't think that Hackett hire was done with the idea of Aaron Rodgers in mind. I mean, they hired Hackett for Hackett, but it certainly didn't hurt. He had that connection. If they'd hired Dan Quinn, I think Luke Getsy would have been the offensive coordinator. So any which way they did it, they would have gone with something that was Rodgers related, in an effort to kind of bring him in. And you're right about the hiring the quarterbacks. They've basically traded for everybody. You go back and you look through the years at all the quarterbacks it's been, whether it's been Peyton Manning or even Jake Plummer, John Elway. You go all the way back to the starters, and you look. The only one they really drafted,
Greasy.
Yeah. As I say, and Cutler wasn't all that good. So
right.
That's really about the only way they've gone. Recently they drafted Paxton Lynch, and he was a huge bust. So
yeah, no, but all their great ones, and I know people may not look at Morton like that, but I saw Morton, dude, as a kid. Morton was a beast, dude. He was a really good quarterback, man. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like today when we talk about the Bengals, people don't really give Ken Anderson his respect, and he was one hell of a quarterback that doesn't get love either. So Absolutely. For me, Morton goes up there with Peyton and obviously with John Elway. The great Bronco QBs, man, that's amazing that they've never drafted their own QB, dude. That's a crazy stat.
Yeah, really is. It's something that's kind of a talking point around here. So something we kind of joke about around these parts quite a bit. So I think that's part of the optimism about Rodgers. I can tell you that it was close last year. All it took was Green Bay picking up the phone last summer, and it would have happened. They had everything worked out, the extension, all that stuff. Rodgers wanted to be here. It was close last year. We'll see if it happens. I'll tell you this: the Packers are about to offer Rodgers a mega deal with some voidable years on the back end. It'll be a little over $50 million a year, and that's coming down the pipe. So we'll see if it's about the money for Aaron Rodgers, who said it wasn't, or if it's about chasing championships. We'll find that out pretty soon.
Well, and the funny part is when I read that story, Ben, I go, oh man, they must think Jordan Love is like 87 years away, right? I mean, that's what that because in San Francisco, if they're really thinking of moving on Garoppolo, then they must feel that that they can work with Trey Lance. If you're doing this with Rodgers and you're willing to do what the New Orleans Saints did, that you're gonna put a lot of money on the back end of that deal that you're gonna have to pay. The piper, as you know, down the line because of all that dead cap money, then that tells me Jordan Love must not have made much progress here so far.
Well, yeah, and I think we saw it. We've seen Jordan Love play. We know what he isn't. And that's the thing. It's funny. I have a lot of Packers fans asking if the Broncos would be interested in Jordan Love, and I'm like, no, we all saw him play. Nobody is. So that's kind of the thing. I think that they know that in order to win, it's either going to be with Aaron Rodgers or they've got to find a different way to go. So, I think that in the end, it's a searing indictment on where they feel Jordan Love is.
All right, Ben, I was just talking about this because it's a weird situation. And obviously, with the lawsuit we have going on now with the NFL and Brian Flores, Eric Bieniemy, my brother. Okay, so Nagy gets an opportunity, and what's it called? Peterson now gets his second opportunity. Frank Reich gets an opportunity. So guys are getting opportunities. Yet Eric Bieniemy is not getting that opportunity, getting the interviews, but not getting the opportunity. And now there's talk that he might leave and stay away from football for a year or take a college job or something like that. What is it that we don't know? What's going on behind the scenes? Because it's not a good look overall when we start to think about the issues. Or is it something with Eric Bieniemy that isn't convincing people? What do you hear?
It's a combination of things. Let me start off by saying there is a systemic problem in the NFL with getting minorities head coaching opportunities. Let me start with that because I firmly believe that. I'm 100% with that. I know some of the specifics in the Brian Flores suit are not true. The two things can be true at the same time. Okay. Like for instance, his Broncos thing that they were late, like they weren't late. Everybody was there on time. Like that's just nonsense. As for Eric Bieniemy, it's a combination of things. It's not just one thing. I mean, Eric Bieniemy has an extremely problematic background. I think a lot of people don't know that. I mean, the guy's been arrested like a dozen times in 3 different decades. A lot of that is longer ago, but still, it's extremely problematic in the modern era. That's not to say other coaches haven't been hired with bad backgrounds. But that's strike one. Strike two, you got a guy who's working for Andy Reid. Andy Reid runs the show. Andy Reid disciples haven't been all that good. Outside of Doug Peterson, they really haven't won anything. Matt Nagy looked terrible. Andy Reid disciples haven't looked that good. And honestly, Peterson didn't look that good without Frank Reich, if we're being honest. So
that to me, Frank Reich is the guy out of that group, actually. I like Frank Reich.
I totally agree. And I think we're going to see that in Jacksonville with this next Peterson situation. And then, you keep on going down the list. Eric Bieniemy's interviewed with 14 different teams. All right. He's only got 2 callbacks for a second interview. And that I've talked to people who have been in those rooms. Eric Bieniemy does not interview well. And that does not mean that Eric Bieniemy is not well spoken. That means that Eric Bieniemy does not articulate his vision as a head coach enough to get people to believe that he's the guy. And I'll go further with that. The Cincinnati Bengals, he was their front runner. He was the guy they were going to hire until he came in and blew his interview. And then they wound up hiring Zach Taylor. And now look, they're in the Super Bowl.
Right. It's crazy, man. It's just, it's weird. And the way you phrased it at the beginning, that both can be true. That's exactly it, my brother. It's one of those things where there's no doubt that there's a systemic problem in the NFL in hiring minorities. But I also feel like I've been saying the last couple of weeks, Brian Flores is the worst example to use for this. There are other people that we can use. I'd rather hear from Marvin Lewis, who it took forever for him to get his opportunity. I'd rather hear from Tony Dungy. I'd rather hear from other people that kind of been through this, and maybe you could use them as your lead guy. I feel like Brian Flores is the worst example to use for all of this because it's not just a Denver situation. Miami, there's no systemic issue here because the front office is led by a minority who then hired 2 other minorities to help lead the front office. And then they hired a minority for head coach and drafted a minority at quarterback, then fired the minority only to replace him with another minority. So that's not an issue here. You know what I'm saying? So, and with the Giants, that's also not an issue because if you're using Belichick could have been just going by hearsay. Plus, every one of us knew Daboll was going to be the guy once
Yeah.
The other guy,
that was,
what is it? Sean
Joe,
Gold
Joe,
or something?
Joe Shane. Yeah. Joe Shane.
Whatever once he got hired, we knew Dable was the guy. Come on, man.
That was his guy. It's funny because that's the thing. Like the guys, like I'll tell you this: the Flores lawsuit. They tried to get other African American head coaches on board with that. I know of coaches that they tried to get on board with that and they declined. Guys like Steve Wilkes. And so I'll tell you that that situation is an odd one. Eric Bieniemy's not the guy to use. Eric Bieniemy interviewed with minority GMs. You just talked about one. That in Miami. He interviewed with Terry Fontenot in Atlanta last cycle. Ryan Poles, a guy he worked with in Kansas City, declined to even interview him for the Chicago job this go round. Right? They took Matt Eberflus. Declined. A guy who worked closely with Bieniemy didn't even interview him. And this goes back to his time, his other stops. He was an OC at Colorado, and he was terrible. His teams were terrible when he was the offensive coordinator at Colorado. That's the reason I keep telling people he'll never get hired here in Denver, is because everybody remembers that he ran off recruits and his offenses would come out woefully unprepared. They'd be getting delayed game penalties on first down after taking over off a punt. He was just unprepared.
That sounds like the Dolphins, by the way. That sounds like the Dolphins right there.
And that's not to say somebody can't improve. That's not to say someone can't improve, but I'm saying your resume is your resume.
I'm with you there. All right. Your thoughts on the Dolphins hire of Mike McDaniel?
I love Mike. Now, to be fair, I'm going to be a little biased. I know Mike. So that's going to be a thing. Mike is from Colorado here. He's a Colorado kid. He is a very, very smart individual. He's a little goofy though. So he's got like traditional sports talk guys might have trouble connecting with him sometimes because he's a little bit of a goofy dude. But if you understand that he's usually kind of got this tongue in cheek humor thing going on and you kind of understand that, you'll be better off. You'll be better off for it. But Mike's a very smart dude. And I'm going to tell you, if anybody can get the most out of Tua, it'll be Mike McDaniel.
Are you a Tua believer?
I'm not particularly, but I'm saying Mike McDaniel can make him a serviceable quarterback. I've seen what he's been able to do. I've seen what he's been able to do with quarterbacks that I don't think are particularly great. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo is not a great quarterback, and look what they were able to do with the run game and everything else. So I think that Mike is going to draw up a great run game. They're going to get the right offensive line guys in there, and you'll have enough to make it happen.
Yeah, I think that once you get the running game going, I think that's when Tua will then excel, because the quick decisions, the quick passing game, you get a little more speed on the field. Play design is very important in today's game. It's always been important, but all the way from Sid Gilman back in the 60s with the Chargers, it's always been important play design. But I think that's something that wasn't very good with the Dolphins, setting teams up from one quarter or another, from one series to another. Play design is incredibly important. I think McDaniel actually excels at those kind of things.
He does, and he's really been instrumental in designing the rushing attack of the 49ers and the way that they do things running the football and trying to get a hat count in the box to be able to exploit deep. So I think he's going to be great for Waddle and Tua. I think he's going to be great for whomever is the eventual running back there. You guys still have Phil Lindsay. I wonder if you bring him back, because he would be great in that outside zone scheme.
Yeah, I think Lindsay and Duke Johnson might be two guys they bring back and then draft somebody, because the other guys they have are probably not perfect for that scheme. But Lindsay may end up. By the way, do you know anything about Matt Applebaum, the new O-line coach that was taken from the Boston College Eagles, which apparently Haley and McDaniel know each other from the days in San Francisco?
Yeah, I don't know a whole lot about that. I mean, I know those things, but I don't know a whole lot about that to be able to comment on that super confidently. But yeah, I thought that was interesting.
All right, what's your pick today? Who wins? You going with Rams? You going Bengals?
Yeah, I have two wagers out there. I took the Rams and I laid the 4, and then I teased up that first half under to 24.5, and took the big bet on the first half under.
Nice. All right, good. All right. What are you working crypto wise before I let you go? I know you and I are big Crow guys. So
yeah.
Any other coin that you're big on over the next year or two that you like a lot?
I've got a big position in AMP, AMP, yes. And then I've got a medium-sized position in Anchor, ANKR. Those are two I like. In terms of this case, I really enjoy. So I'm looking forward to seeing those take off this year.
I think those will take off. I think they've been slow builders, and now I think is when they're ready to start taking off. in this next year. I'm with you there on both of those. Follow him, by the way, on Twitter at Albright NFL. Always great insight, not just on the Broncos, but also on the league. He is Benjamin Albright. Ben, as always, thanks, man. Appreciate you, my brother. Enjoy the game tonight.
Absolutely. Take care.
You got it. There you go.
This
Great
is
stuff.
the Big O
Always.
Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJD Construction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJD Construction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDConstruction.com.
Dolphins to the Heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Pablo in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, we go. No one has a...
Viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, welcome aboard. Yes, sir. We are live. Well, we were already live once. We were in the OK Coin Studios, but then we moved the OK Coin Studios over to Hialeah Park, and we're out here at the second floor poker room having some fun. So come on out and join us. I always got to bring a jacket to this place because it's always cold, although it doesn't seem like it's as cold as it normally is. So I don't know. We'll see. So open up the jacket, relax a little bit. I got the collar up like if I'm Fonzie or something like that. Anyway, welcome aboard, folks. Having some fun out here. Sean Stanley by my side. Been a very eventful morning already as it is. We had the Inside the Paint show, and then we had to, we had a switch, right? Because, we started in studio, and then we're on the road over at Hialeah Park, so everything's got to move around. So put it this way, we work hard to put this together for you every single day. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So there you go. That's how hard we're working for you guys all over the place. Sean Stanley, excellent job by you. And I'm glad that we were able to replay that interview with Benjamin Albright, because I don't know how many of you were able to see that interview on Sunday when we were doing it for the big game pregame show over at Champion Sports Bar at the Airport Marriott, and had a lot of really good stuff there, which, by the way, not only the quarterback stuff, the Flores stuff, obviously we talked about Eric Bieniemy, we talked about all kinds of things, right, with him, but we also talked a little bit about crypto. And, I was asking him whether it would go up or down after all the commercials and all that stuff. I don't know if that's part of the impact, but Bitcoin is over 44,000 right now. It's at 44,428. So it's been on a really nice trajectory. I don't know if maybe all the crypto commercials in the Super Bowl. I'm a little surprised, but then again, maybe these are people that are, just everyday people that are just getting into the crypto and don't understand. Like, I have not bought any crypto right now because I'm kind of waiting to see what happens with the Ukraine-Russia situation and the war. And then if something happens there, right? Because they're talking about it like it might be tomorrow when this whole thing starts. And if it does start, then I don't know how it's going to affect markets or not. You know what I mean? But I think that there are other things that are affecting it around the world also. And, whether it's the situation in Canada where, crypto's like one of the ways you can actually help people out and things like that, where it can't be controlled. And so I don't know if maybe that's part of the situation that's going on, the Super Bowl stuff, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but it has moved, and it's moved in a really nice pace. It peaked all the way to 44,700. It's gone down a little bit of 44,400 area right now, but pretty amazing stuff that crypto has actually started to go up a little bit here overall. Anyway, let's see, what else do we have here? We got a bunch of stuff to talk about. Cameron Wolfe is going to join us at the top of the hour. I wasn't sure if I was going to be ready for his normal slot at 10:30, so we pushed it up to 11. So we'll talk to Cam Wolfe at 11. Manny Navarro will join us at 11:30. We'll get the latest with the Canes, as we do every week with Manny Navarro. And our Canes coverage will also start to get, ratcheted up a little bit more. There's more things coming down the line that we're working on right now. Just like in basketball, we're going to add Anthony Chang at the beginning of March. So that'll be cool. We'll add another insider. So you'll have Dolphins and Heat reports every single day of the week. And so we're working on all these kind of things and these elements to make sure that you guys get what you want every single day. If you're a South Florida fan in Malaysia or in Montana or in Miami, you're going to be able to grab, the content that you want at any time. And every day you're going to be able to get stuff on your favorite teams, which is the idea and the concept of all of this, and to give you as much content every single day as possible, way more than you'll ever get anywhere else. And that's kind of the idea of everything that we're trying to accomplish here. So got a loaded show. Omar Kelly will stop by also at 12:15. I'm just excited. I can't wait. You want to hurry this thing up, right? And you just can. And in my head, I know all the things that I'm working on. Sean knows a lot of the stuff that we're working on. You know what I'm saying? Al, who's helping me behind the scenes. Miguel, who's helping me behind the scenes. They know what we're working on right now, and I'm just dying to unveil all this stuff. But we've got to get all the ducks in line, right? It's got to be sponsors and obviously for the listeners and all of that. Although, Remember we had that guy, what was it, last week? He was like complaining about some, a couple commercials, and it's like, what do you think? We do this for free? You know what I'm saying? It's like, but some of you had the right attitude. I love one of our listeners like, this is fantastic. I'm glad we got great sponsors. This is what provides this show and this content every day. And that's exactly it, man. Without Perdomo, without American Dream Lending, without OK Coin Studios, without the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, without Sports Grill, without Sloman Shield, without Hialeah Park, EJD Construction, Edge Energy Drink, you know what I mean? Tommy B Butz, Caneswear, we're not going to be able to do it, man. Without the Champion Sports Bar in the Marriott. There's all kinds of stuff, coming down the line. Liquor Split is also going to be a proud sponsor of our program. You'll be seeing Liquor Split also on the show, as I was hanging out with Matt the other day. So we got a lot of things that we're working on. We've got to grow this and grow these elements and making sure that I want to make sure that Inter Miami fans are happy, just like Dolphin fans are happy, just like Canes fans are happy, and just like, every other Heat, you name it, Marlins. We're going to cover everything. And that's going to be the idea. So that way, no matter what kind of a sports fan you are, or even crypto, you will have a little something for you here on the program. All right. So there you go. What else do we have here? Let me see what we got on the chat board's already active as hell, man. And thank you all out there, as always, for the support and great support of Ira and Clay. They did a great job. Can't wait to add Anthony Chang also to the mix, and we'll add more on top of that. By the way, we're not done with the NBA and the NFL. Just want you to know that there's other things that I'm thinking of that we're going to add. You just gotta wait. You'll see. You will see. We are going to try to build an absolute monster here for you guys. What else do we have? Joe C. in Pat in Asheville, Thomas Jensen, Samuel Rosa. I got to make sure that if I grab a question, it's not part of a conversation that you guys are actually trying to ask me something here in the process. Who else? Ron C. Dola, Jimmy M., The Greater Good. What else? Ron says the new OK Coin commercial here is nice. Yeah, it is. It's actually really cool. I mean, the OK Coin people are just absolutely, and it's a great company. That's the other thing. What I love about OK Coin for you guys, those of you that are going to be new in crypto, and you can use my link below, by the way, so we can share $20 of Bitcoin if you want to get a little free Bitcoin. But what I like about OK Coin is they make it really easy for people to use it. I'm a little bit more of a veteran, I guess, not a big time veteran, a little bit of just a tiny little veteran, because I've been in it for a little bit of time. So I kind of understand all these apps. But new people, like when I first got in, it's confusing. And OK Coin has created it in a way where it's super easy. And the staking rewards are just, wow. They're crazy, man. They're crazy. I mean, I got a bunch of Polygon on OK Coin, and I'm getting 15.5% on it. That's just ridiculous. So when it trades sideways, I'm still making money. It's a beautiful thing. Let's see what else. Jerry Company says, man, I love your commercials. It makes me want to leave crappy Vegas and go back home to Miami. Well, Jerry, I hope to see you soon, man. I'll be in Vegas. Well, I shall. Let me rephrase that. Sean and I will be in Vegas. And if the good Lord is on our side here, we're going to be in Vegas a lot. All right. So, I mean, if I can control it, we're going to be there a lot. Martina says, I'm in the UK and tune in most days because of the fantastic Dolphins content. Thank you, Martina. That is very kind of you. Appreciate it. Look forward to one day crossing the pond and hanging out with you all out there too. Big O, I'm really excited about this offensive staff. Carlos, I spoke about it earlier in the morning in the 8:45 time zone, right there between 8:45 and 8:55 in that area. If you rewind and you go back, I talked a little bit about it, how excited I am and about what's coming together And you may want to rewind there and listen to that. But I'm with you. I'm excited. Oh, if you offer a type of gold room membership for the show, I am down. We are going to add a Patreon page where there'll be a little bit more, inside and more personable stuff and more one-on-one stuff and things like that. It's just right now, I got, you guys know, man. Listen, I wear my emotions on my sleeve. I am just, this is who I am. Any of you that have met me, you know it. You know what I mean? That I am the same person on the air that I am off the air. And we haven't added the Patreon page. I can do that, but I'm not going to do that because it's going to take up way more of my time. And I don't have the time at the moment because I've got to finish building this first. And I'm not done building this. And so we've got to, this show will expand to 4 hours daily, permanently. It's going to have much more insiders. I'm not done yet. Like you have no idea what's going on in here. We will have the ultimate sports show, locally and nationally. But it's just, it's just the building blocks. So once I get everything done and the structure is set in place and everyone is set in place, because we're going to have to end up hiring a second producer eventually, because Sean cannot do everything that we need to get done. We're now starting to work on our website. So, BigORadioshow.com has kind of been, it's there, but we haven't done anything with it. So now, Sean again will be, leading the way in fixing all of that. We got to get the merch going. So once we get the whole structure of the show done, sponsors, everything in place, website, all of that, then we will add the Patreon, which is what you're kind of talking about there, Dougie Fresh, and we will definitely have that, which will add a different element to the show, and it'll give it even a more personable type of feel for those of you that want to join our Patreon page. So, and on the Patreon page, we plan on doing some breaking news stuff and all that while we're on there. And of course, we'll be living on the edge like we always are, all the time. And thanks to, little edge that powers me through the day also sometimes with the little edge, man, especially in the evenings. That's kind of when we need it. Ed says, Big O, love the show. Hello from Colombia. There we go. I like it. Thank you for checking us out all the way from Colombia. You guys know I love when you guys put where you're watching or listening to the show from. I think it's absolutely awesome. Why were you late to work, Big O? You need to make better decisions with your life, says Mike. By the way, I was on at 8:45 this morning, Mike. I was not late. So where were you, Mike? Exactly, right. Where were you at 8:45 when I was on? Samuel Rosa is in. Carla Williams says, man up, Flo. I'm a leader of men. What a joke. Let's see. OK Coin is blocked here in Nevada, by the way. Yeah, I know. And in New York, too. New York, you can't get anything in New York. Yeah, it sucks, man. There are certain states still that they have not gotten it yet, man. It's terrible. The Coinbase Super Bowl commercial sucked. Yeah, it was just that thing. But it got him a lot of business, by the way. The FTX, out of all the crypto ones, the FTX one with Larry David was the best one. Got to give FTX, got to give Sam Friedman a little love there. That was a really good commercial. His PR people did a nice job with that. When you get Larry, how can you lose with Larry David, right? It's almost impossible to lose with Larry David. He's just that guy that you love watching, because he's just a classic, complaining old man. Let's see. Cody Rhodes just left AEW, says Frankie Fresco. That's to you, Sean. I guess that's wrestling talk. All right, you wrestling dudes. Big O taking Vegas by storm, baby. Oh, yeah. We got to talk to our friends at Johnny Rockers there in Vegas, too. Let's see. As far as cigars go, I've always gotten a good smoking experience with Perdomo. Always rolled great. The draw is always phenomenal. I love the 20th anniversary. Man, it's just they're so good. Yeah, man, I'm with you there. Perdomo cigars are consistent as hell. Martina says, would love to see you in the UK. Cups of tea at my house. Definitely, Martina. It'll happen. It'll happen. All these things. You never know. Maybe we have a sponsor out in London that wants to fly us out there. You never know. Is there a Dolphins pub out in London that wants to fly us out there? You know what I mean? You never know. What I told you, we will broadcast anywhere that isn't communist. I have to add that now. Right? Someone want to put us in North Korea, so I got to make sure they don't put us in Cuba, North Korea. No. There's certain places, I get it. You may want to get rid of us too at the same time, but we want to stick around for a little while. Big O, it's cold in New England. Where's the merch? Need a winter hat. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. I promise you, we're working on the merch. Sean is the man, the myth, the legend. There is no doubt about that. Gilbert's already excited about the Dolphin season. Ooh, you pull out the 20th anniversary Perdomo. There you go. That's my favorite. Have you guys gone to the Perdomo what's it called? Factory out in Miami Lakes? That place is badass. And they've got their own humidor there. You can buy all kinds of cigars there. They've got every kind of Perdomo cigar there, pretty much. They've got a beautiful, ginormous leather couch. They're redoing it right now inside in that area. And you never know. Sometimes they might, if you go there, you might meet Nick. His office is right there next to where you're going to be hanging out and smoking. So you might meet the superstar. But people didn't want to meet me halfway. I can't do anything about it. I can do my part, but others have to do their part too. That's the problem. What? Oh, I disappeared? Yeah. Oh, okay. I don't know. Did you guys hear me when I disappeared? Okay. Let's see. Where did the video go? What happened? Oof. Okay. I don't know. Okay. Big O has just been abducted. Make one communist joke. Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I made a communist joke. Did they get him? He was just saying they want to be around for a long time. I think a Flo's attorney's trying to take the live feed. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all out there for hanging in there. I don't know what the hell happened there. You should have a live without video. Sometimes I can only listen and not watch the video. I know you have podcasts. I like listening to it live better. John, one of the things that I was thinking of doing, and I still may do it down the line, is stream this show. So, and I have the capabilities of it. I know somebody that can help me do that. But again, once we get the website going, then once everything is straightened out with the website and the merch, I can then possibly, every time we go live, we can add a live feed to the website. And then you guys can then just listen on audio for those of you that, and I don't blame you on audio because, do you really want to see this face for 3 or 4 hours? I don't blame you on that one. I would want to see audio instead of watching me on video. So I don't blame you on that one. Yeah. Samuel Rosa says, Big O, what do you think about the new OC the Dolphins hired? Samuel, rewind and go to the first 10 minutes of the show. I go through it and I explain it on why I kind of understand what's going on there. And I like it, by the way. The best place to go in Nevada is in the town of Rachel. It's about an hour from Vegas. Rachel, Nevada. Why? What's in Rachel, Nevada? Why is it so good? I don't know. Give me the skinny on Rachel, Nevada. Is okay. All right. I know what's going on now. Rachel, Nevada. Okay. So like it's a bunch of bunny ranches. Is that what's going on? Brothels in Rachel, Nevada. Is that what they're trying to do to me now? Okay. All right. You guys are trying. You guys, I get it. You guys are trying to get me in trouble. We go to Vegas. Oh, no, go to Rachel's. Yeah, it's a great place to eat. Oh, it's close to Area 51? Oh, you know what? I may want to go just for the hell of it. Huh? Population is 70? Damn, dude. Yeah, there isn't even enough people for a brothel there. So, yeah, no, that's definitely not. Oh, it's the UFO capital of the world? Oh, so I definitely got to go. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Sean and I, if plans go well, we are going to be going to Vegas a lot. So we're going to have to like explore all kinds of places eventually while we're there.
And it's only 100 miles from Vegas.
Okay. That's not a problem. I went with Brandon once. I went with Brandon. We went to Vegas. We were there for one of the HBO fights. And we went to go see REO Speedwagon. Is it called? Do me a favor. Look at Nevada, and you know the point in the bottom of Nevada, of the state, all the way down. It has like a point. I believe it's called Lancaster. I want to say it's right on the border of Nevada. And it was like about 100 miles or something like that. And we went over for a REO Speedwagon show. And it was actually, we had front row seats. Laughlin. That's it. Laughlin. And it's actually not a bad little town. It's got this really cool automotive dealership that's got all these classic cars. I actually had a good time in Laughlin for a couple of hours. I'm not telling you to go to Laughlin to hang out for days or anything like that. But if you go there for a night like I did, I actually had a good time. It was fun. And I saw REO Speedwagon, which I love REO. Always enjoy that. That was a good show, man. That was a good show. Went with my boy Brandon. I hope he's doing well. I haven't talked to Brandon in a while. Really good dude. Juan Lopez says, Big O, I'm tired of the Tua slander. I can't believe how many sacks he got with the worst O-line in football. It's just incredible. Wait till he actually has a real O-line and a real running game, and then people are saying, wow, he actually can throw the ball. Wow, he's actually a good quarterback. Wow, we're winning a lot of games. Holy crap, I really like Tua. That's all. That's what will happen. I'm not, it's just, you'll see. I'm not worried about it, they build up they build up this line and they start running the ball, and they'll be fine. DHS is listening in. Oh, watch your six. What does that mean? DHS is listening. Is that like some kind of government thing? Oh, Department of Homeland Security. Okay, I got you, DHS. Okay, all right. By the way, DHS, we will do a show at your place too if you want. You want to be a sponsor? You guys can be a sponsor also. Big O went into an alternate reality. I saw a stripper run across the green screen. I wish I did. Where? I mean, there's talent here at Hialeah Park, but I didn't see a stripper. Samoa Fanatic. I like that. He says, Aloha, Big O, listening live from South Pacific, American Samoa, to an ancestral homeland. OG, 40-year Fin fan. Aloha, Samoa. Thank you. Samoa Fin, what is it? Fanatic. Samoa Fanatic. Love you, brother. Thank you for tuning in out there. Appreciate you. And you'll be proud of Tua this year because they'll actually get him a coach. They'll actually get him a running game. They'll actually get him an offensive coordinator, and you'll see that he will ball out. And then we won't have to hear any of that crap anymore. So I'm looking forward to that. Samoa Fanatic. Jamie Zorrilla, Big O. Flo kept pushing the narrative that he was not just a defensive mind, but a complete football coach, which it's not true. McDaniel, on the other hand, is true to his roots. That is a great sign. Well, McDaniel looks like he's more of a normal person, whereas, Flo has this thing that he's superior. He knows everything. Rachel is where the entrance to the real Area 51 is. Aha. Okay, well then, I'm telling you, and it's right by Roswell then? Okay, well then, we're probably going to hit all of that then one time. We got to do all that. I used to watch the show Roswell. Little brunette was cute. I forgot her name. Frankie Fresco says, Big O, we should trade Parker. Any trade value? Yeah, I think you can get a six-pack maybe of Schaefer. Maybe. No? We're not going to get Pabst Blue Ribbon. You're not going to get anything like at least mediocre. So what are we talking about? Czech, not Czech cola, but Czech beer? Is that what you're going to? Okay, a six-pack of Czech beer.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, Parker has no trade value, my brother.
We have to add something else with him.
Yeah. It's not going to happen. So you're going to have to cut him or bring him back for a lot less money on a minimum deal or something like that. Eat at Little Alley Inn. Little Alley Inn. Okay. I tell you, that sounds also like a brothel. Seriously. You guys are setting us up for something. I know it. You guys probably changed all the information on the internet when we looked it
That's
up.
That's probably what it is. They probably switched it up.
They switched it all up. We looked up for Rachel, and it's like an innocent place. We show up, and it's just brothel after brothel. And, yeah, I know what you people are doing to us. I know. And you're all going to be there taking pictures, going to capture it, post it on social media. I got you.
Revis Island's in Poland?
What's that?
Revis Island on the he's in Poland? They're in Poland?
I don't know. I have no idea. Revis?
I just put Big O listening all the way from Poland.
Oh, okay. Okay. Nice.
But he put in all caps, so I don't know if he's like just adding to everybody saying, if he's just saying that, or is
No. He's probably really in Poland. That's the beauty.
Awesome.
That's the beautiful thing about all of this, man. We got people watching and listening all over the world, man. Big O, do you have any UFO stories to tell? I do. I have 6 minutes. 6 minutes. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh. You're on. It's 19. I want to say it's about 76, maybe 77, something like that. I live on 35th Street and 35th Avenue and 4th Street in Little Havana, right, literally 4 blocks behind Versailles, 1 block east of 37th Avenue. And at night, we always would play football in the street right in front of my house. And so we're out there slinging the football around, and we see these 5 red lights. And we're like, what the hell is that? And I don't know if I forgot if it was written about in the Miami News or the Miami Herald the next day. I'm not exactly sure. But I remember I called my mom out. My buddy called his mom out. A couple of other people came out, and we saw 5 red lights up in the air. And then they just like disappeared. They didn't zoom out like you didn't see them fly out. They literally just disappeared, and then we didn't see them again. And to this day, we still have no idea what those 5 red lights were. I can't tell you I saw saucer or any of that kind of stuff, but I can tell you that sometime in the mid-70s, I'm not exactly sure the year now anymore, I'd have to ask my buddy if he remembers. I know he'll remember the day because he was there on the street with me, but that's my only UFO, because that was not a plane, that was not a Goodyear blimp, that was not anything, was not a helicopter or nothing. It was just a weird thing. And we all were like, and it was there for like 2 minutes. Like 2 minutes, the 5 red lights were up there. And we had no idea what the hell it was. Standing still, up in the air, 5 red lights. And then it disappeared. That's my UFO story. And I'm sticking to it because that's what I saw. Yeah. That's my only thing that I can tell you. Might have been a UFO or whatever, but it's not any kind of aircraft I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I couldn't even tell if it was an aircraft because the lights were so far away. You know, it was just 5 lights, and we were like, "What the hell is that?" And we stood there, standing there, going, "What?" You know. And back then, I don't even remember if we had time to go get a camera inside the house or something. And I don't even think if, the cameras in those days, give me a break, dude. None of us had some kind of a pro camera with a long ass lens or something like that. So I don't know if anybody in Miami remembers what I'm talking about in the 70s, but that's my story there. That's my UFO story. How about that? Let's see. You can't come to Nevada until you pronounce it the right way. Nevada, Nevada, Novada. What am I doing? Nevada. What is there? Is there some kind of a? Is this like Nolans? Is that
Nevada,
one of those?
Nevada?
I have no idea. I didn't know that there was
Nevada?
a way of saying it.
Nevada.
Well, actually, about 10 degrees hotter than Vegas. Oh, because of the women, you're saying? Well, of course. If it's a city full of brothels, it better be really hot. Laughlin used to be for older people, but now I'm almost 40 and it's cool. It's a smaller, less crowded Vegas and great prices on hotels. Plus, the river is so close. Check it out again. I know I only went for one night. I only went for a few hours. But I'm telling you, I had a good little time there while we were there. Big O listening all the way from Poland. There you go. I saw it now. Okay. Nice. Very nice. What's that?
Rich V says it's Nevada.
Nevada. Okay. Nevada. Big O Tua has excellent pocket presence. Otherwise, he probably would have gotten hurt bad this year. The trade-off for him surviving this season, that the line was, and that his mechanics became a mess. I think he'll be just fine when you get him a real line and you get him some real coaching. Big O, will you watch the USFL coming in April? Of course. I will watch the USFL. I will watch the XFL. And let me tell you something. And I know we're about to talk to Cam Wolfe. The XFL is the one with The Rock, right? Yes, it is. Okay. That one's going to make some inroads because they're looking to be the feeder system for the NFL. And the fact that you saw The Rock doing the presentation, opening up for the Super Bowl, that's also allowing him to have that relationship with the NFL. And I saw an interview the other day with somebody else that works with the XFL. And the end game is to have practice squad players that aren't getting playing time in the NFL play. And the way their league is structured, it starts right after the Super Bowl ends, and it ends right before training camps start, like a month before. So it allows the teams to actually, if you have practice squad players that need playing time, they can actually go there and you can evaluate them. So they're trying to structure it where they really want to fall in line with the NFL. And let me tell you something, that would be really cool because developmental quarterbacks will get an opportunity to go somewhere where they can't get playing time anywhere. So this is actually good. Your point guard can go down to the G League and get more playing time, more experience, work on his game, all of that. Your backup quarterback doesn't get anything, dude. Practice reps don't help, but if you put him in those kind of games, I know it's not the NFL, but it's still borderline NFL talent that you're working with, and that at least is better than nothing. What were you going to say?
One of the things too that Rocket said earlier, way back before too, was that coaching also.
Yeah,
it may help with being a funnel system for coaches as well, seeing them get maybe a possible, in charge of an XFL franchise, head coaching type things and things like that as well. So you might see that also being a feeder for the NFL.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. All right, let's take a break. Hour number 2, or actually hour number 4 is next, right? Really, technically, this is like hour number 4. Hour number 4 is next. Cameron Wolfe will join us right here on the Big O Radio Show live from HialeahPark.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The point statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and Miami Dolphins with our Fort Lauderdale Police Department Pro Football Report with insider Cameron Wolfe. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is an equal opportunity employer. The department is now hiring uncertified and certified police officers. Go to FLPDjobs.com. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolfe.
All righty, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend. That is Cameron Wolfe. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolfe. How you doing, Cam? You feeling good?
Big O. I'm good, man. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. Can't complain. Pretty active morning here. First of all, your thoughts on the Super Bowl overall?
It actually started off slow to me, but I actually liked the second half. I thought that the Rams defense came up, and there was a lot of tension that last fourth quarter about whether the Rams were going to score that last touchdown. So I picked the Rams coming in, so it wasn't a surprise to me. But the Bengals were a lot closer to winning that thing than I think the Rams should have had them. So I thought it was a pretty good Super Bowl overall. Not the best one I've seen, but probably in the top half of Super Bowls we've had. So, and the halftime show was fire. I don't know if that's
That was awesome.
your music taste, Big O, but I love the chemistry.
That's my rap, not the crap, not the garbage that there is now.
Yeah,
that's the real legends there. I mean, I do like Kendrick. There's a couple of guys nowadays that I do like that they're pretty good. But most of the rap nowadays, it's not my style, bro. I'm more of an 80s, 90s guy by miles. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Those were I thought it was an excellent show, and I understood why Fitty was there. I'm going to go back and forth more with Omar on it today. But because some people lost it a little bit with me on it. I was like, I would have wanted somebody like Ice Cube or MC Light or Eric B and Rakim or I would have wanted somebody that meant more to rap. I like Fitty. I own a few of his CDs, but Fitty to me is more it's like pop rap. You know what I mean? In a way.
No, you're a hunter. You're a hunter. And the problem.
I know he's their boy. I know Eminem and Dre, that's their boy, and that's why he was there.
But I think a part of it too, and it's not, I think I'm right with you. I wish I would have saw Ice Cube out of there. That was the one guy I thought that was missing. Nipsey Hussle, who passed away, he would have been great there as well. Yeah. But I think the Super Bowl, you have to balance it because there's so many people who don't know rap who are listening to this, who may know Eminem. I was joking with some of my friends. There's people who don't like hip hop who probably know Eminem. Who's like, oh, this is my guy. This is my same with 50 Cent and the club plays. They're like, oh, I remember hearing this in my pop club back in the day.
And Train Snoop, dude. I mean, come on,
So I'm with you. Cube would have been real hip hop. Eric B, Rakim, all those dudes. But I think the NFL wanted to have a little bit of hip hop, a decent amount of hip hop, but they don't want to go full all in on the hardcore hip hop. And as you can see, like some of the show was censored a bit. They weren't saying certain curse words or certain things like that. So
the opening song is one that had a lot, and but it's one of those beats that bump, bump, bump. I mean, come on, dude, that's one of the greatest beats of all time. So you have to play it, man. It's just
you got to. So they had their flavor. They did it. So Eminem kneeled, which I had heard the NFL told him that he wasn't supposed to kneel, and he did his kneel there. And there's a reference to the police that they had in one of Snoop Dogg's and Dre's lyrics, which I think the NFL wasn't super happy with. So they tried to do it their own way. But I do agree with you that there was a little bit of we want to placate a little bit to the pop culture with the 50, with the Eminem and Eminem in particular. So, but overall, I think it was a really, really good halftime show. One of the better ones. You could argue maybe Prince and Michael Jackson and maybe Beyonce were ones that are superior, but I don't know how many other ones you can put up there to stack up.
I'm not a Beyonce. I mean, Beyonce, the eye candy is amazing. The music, it's like watching J-Lo and Shakira, and watching it's phenomenal musically. It doesn't do much for me. I'll watch it because those are three dynamic women that, come on, you were talking about three of the most beautiful women that the Lord ever created. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
I was at the Super Bowl here in Miami where they had Shakira and J-Lo, and it was a really good experience to watch live. But I'm with you. Like, as far as the replay value, probably not as much as some of these other shows. So
I'm not the guy that complain. I've liked most of the halftime shows, but I like all kinds of music, so it doesn't bother me, So I kind of end up adjusting to most of the ones that have been out there. The one with MIA, I didn't think that was much. I love the Bruno Mars one. The only thing I didn't like was that they didn't give Chili Peppers enough airtime. They had to give them a little bit more, because I don't know if you're a Chili Peppers fan, but I'm a Chili Peppers fan, and I love Bruno, because Bruno is probably the most complete entertainer we have right now in music. Period. I don't know if there's. I don't know if
Bruno's big.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anybody more. What I mean by complete is that he can play instruments, can dance, can sing. You know what I mean? That nobody does stuff like that. Those people like that. Tony Prince was the last guy that was like that. That he can play every instrument and do everything else. You know what I mean? He's just sick. That guy. That
Every
guy.
instrument. And
Every
did I lose you, Big O?
No, not at all. I'm here. I got you. You there? We got you, Kim. I froze. He froze. Okay. So we got Cam freezing. Hold on a second.
I got you.
There we go. There we go. You were in frozen time for a moment.
Oh man.
All right.
But yeah, no, I'm with you, man. I think I wish Cube was there. 50 Cent was looking like 75 cents, 80 cents. You know.
Oh, he's been in the drive-through with me.
Yeah, my man 50 was eating it. I shouldn't talk too much. I've been eating this season. I need to get in the gym too, but hopefully I haven't looked like 50.
Well, I want to look like you. So Fitty looks like me. So that's not good, bro. It's not good. You don't want to look like me and Fitty. That's for damn sure. By the way, you know, age gives me something that a lot of people don't have until you get to the age, and that's perspective. I have a feeling that Joe Burrow's going to be Ken Anderson and Boomer Esiason.
That's what you think?
Yeah, he had his trip. That's it. Because
So
Mike Brown, success breeds money. And you got here because of me. You got here because of me. You got here because of me. I need to get paid. I need to get paid. And you know that, Cam. Success, now you got to pay people. Mike Brown hasn't been known to pay people. Dude, this guy blew his knee out, and he didn't learn his lesson to build another line in front of him. It's like watching the Indianapolis Colts and Andrew Luck all over again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
like,
you're right.
We all watched one of the great young quarterbacks walk away from the game. So Cincinnati, you better wake up, dude.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
They gotta build that offensive line around Burrow, man. They have to. I do have a little optimism that maybe they changed because they did sign a couple free agents over the last couple of years with Trey Hendrickson and Von Bell and DJ Reader. So they tried to change their ways, but you're right. They're gonna have to spend money. They don't have a high draft pick anymore. You know, there's not going to be a top 5 or top 10 pick. So you're going to have to do it through free agency. So that's going to be very interesting to watch because Burrow's got it. Burrow's got a lot of the it factor that we want to see.
He's the young guy that has crossed it. He's the one young guy in the last 3 years that you say, that's the man, period. Over.
Yep. And I like his moxie. I like the young core they have around him with Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, who had a big day. He probably would have been Super Bowl MVP if the Bengals won that game. And you got Tyler Boyd, too. So they got a trio of really good receivers, a good young running back, Joe Mixon, a really underrated defense. The only thing missing is that offensive line. So, I mean, if I did nothing else, if I was a Bengals GM this offseason, it would be signing 2 or 3 offensive linemen and seeing if we could build this thing up. But you're right. It's hard to get back. Everybody assumes that, hey, we're going to get back next year. We're going to get back next year. Sometimes it doesn't happen. I mean, heck.
By the way, those 2 teams.
Our guy here, Dan Marino, we talk. You know, he had such a legendary career, but the only knock you can really have on Dan Marino is a Super Bowl, and you know you can't do it by yourself.
Right. Yeah, and Ken Anderson and Boomer Esiason had better teams than Joe Burrow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's it, and they didn't get back. And it's tough, man. It's tough. And it's tough with that front office, the way they are, that they're not, that owner is never really truly committed. So it's interesting to see. You have an opportunity now. Will you commit? And you're close, right? So don't screw it up, dude. I mean, look at the Rams. Yeah, you're close. Well, then, dude, if you have to trade some capital,
you got to go all in if you need to,
and go all in right now. You already made the Super Bowl. If you improve a couple things, you might have a shot. And you start looking at that division. Listen, I've never been a Lamar believer in that system. In the end, until he learns to beat you from the pocket, I don't think the Ravens will ever have deep success in the playoffs. The Steelers, Ben Roethlisberger's gone, dude. And the Browns,
rebuild.
And the Browns, they still don't right now have a quarterback. It doesn't look like. I mean, would you give Baker Mayfield a big contract?
Not at all. I'm not a Baker Mayfield believer. Yep.
So if you're Cincinnati, you can have a stranglehold on this division
and Big O, another thing about that is Joe Burrow is starting to be a quarterback where you get players coming to place because of him.
Great point.
So Cincinnati, I would not want to go to Cincinnati at all if I was a free agent. But if you start to think, hey, we got a quarterback and Joe Burrow, that maybe moves the needle their direction. You know, you put the same thing on the table as, say, the New York Jets, and you may pick the Bengals.
Oh, I think he froze there again. We got a frozen. You picked the Bengals. Remember, you picked the Bengals. We got a. He's talking. We're not hearing him.
Lost you again.
There we go.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah.
You picked the Bengals, and then what? Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you go pick the Bengals over a Jets team, something like that, or a team of that ilk, which would never be heard of. Why would you pick Cincinnati over New York? Well, Joe Burrow, he becomes the big equalizer there. So that's a big factor to me. Cincinnati just has to be willing to spend.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. Maybe that's why Trey Hendrickson, went there, because he saw, okay, with Joe Burrow, we can actually do it. That's a fantastic point, because I've been to Cincinnati in the past, and really, what do you go there for? Royal Castle and Skyline Chili? I mean, what the hell is there in Cincinnati? I remember because I was there for a couple of nights, and both nights I think I hit the White Castle. I actually think.
That was it. Yeah, there's not a lot of Cincinnati, but you can go to Joe. You can hang with Joe Burrow. You can hang with Jamar Chase. So you can go there for football reasons, but you're still not going to go because you like the city.
No, you're going to go. Ohio is better to go for because they have the two amusement parks.
Yep.
Right, Kings Island and Cedar Point. That's why you want to go. You know what I'm saying?
Right. You got the Rock and Roll Museum if you want to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame or the Pro Football Hall of Fame. That's it. Yeah, exactly. That's about it. All right, so the Panthers, the Florida Panthers, and I know you're looking at me going, this is a Dolphin segment. The Florida Panthers had a problem before Bill Zito took over. They were soft. Okay. And I would slam them all the time for being soft and watching Trocheck get his ass kicked and nobody do anything. So Zito takes over, and he goes and signs Gudis and a bunch of other guys. And all of a sudden now, the Panthers will punch you in the mouth. They'll be the more physical team more often than not. They're not going to back down from you anymore. They change their ways. Well, seems like Mike McDaniel says, damn, I watched the tape. These sons of bitches can't run the ball. They can't block. They can't do anything. And we're watching all these additions, and Frank Smith is the latest one to help out Matt Applebaum, to help out Mike McDaniel, and I think they kept Godsey too, right? So now you've got
Godsey's in Baltimore. Godsey left to go to Baltimore.
Okay, so Godsey is gone. Okay, so then
Godsey's gone.
Studesville is here then.
Studesville's a stand. Yeah,
right. So Studesville's going to stay
as the running back coach. Yeah,
exactly. So that's what I meant by Studesville stays. So now you've got 4 minds that I can count on right now that are going to be focused on blocking and running and blocking and running and blocking and running.
Hey, Big O, thank God. What have we been talking about here over the last 6 months? They can't block. They can't run the football. Before you even get to the quarterback, and I know everybody gets obsessed with quarterback and Tua. We're going to have plenty of time this offseason. You can't fix the Dolphins offense until you fix the offensive line, you fix the running game. So I'm going to be frank with you. I don't know a lot about Frank Smith. I don't know a lot about Matt Applebaum. I'm trying to learn. But the fact that they're prioritizing these spots already tells me that they know which direction they have to fix it. Now, can they fix it? That's a different question. But they know what to prioritize.
But it's an emphasis.
Yes,
but it's an emphasis right now.
You're hiring and I really like the idea of hiring an offensive coordinator who specializes in the O-line and tight ends and the blocking in particularly because Mike McDaniel mentioned he's already going to call plays. So you don't need somebody who's going to be a guru as a play caller. You need somebody that's going to help you install your offense, help you install your scheme and do it the right way. And so he clearly thinks that Frank Smith and his style of being able to produce. I mean, look at the Chargers. We saw them rookie year with Justin Herbert. They had a horrific offensive line. This year they turned it around. Yeah, they drafted Rashawn Slater, but it also helped. They got better as a whole.
Their play design. If you watch their play design with their running back, who's not a big guy, by the way. Now he's a tough some bitch. Okay, I give him every break there. That guy, he is special. But if you watch, even with Jackson, the backup, they do a really nice job of play design. And again, I go back to your background. You were blessed being in Tennessee with Arthur Smith and what they were doing. And I just don't believe there was a lot of proper play design and setup here in Miami. I almost felt like they were kind of, I don't know, they were just doing things as they were going along the way. There was no real set plan. Watch now. Now there'll be a plan every single week. Everything will be designed to, counter everything that you're facing week in and week out. And you're going to see all kinds of different run plays and designs. And I just think that this is also going to make Tua's life. This is what people don't understand. This will make everything for Tua after this. It'll make his job super easy now.
Yeah, and Big O, I'm excited to see this outside zone scheme is something that I think, they went power scheme last year. Clearly it didn't work as far as having them be individual blockers. The zone scheme, as long as they have the right offensive lineman running, I'm excited to see what that is. And look, I'm not here to sell you guys false hope, but I do have optimism, particularly about the offense. I don't know that they're going to win a ton more games. I can't tell you that. I can't tell you they're going to win a Super Bowl, but I feel pretty good that, Mike McDaniel, this offensive core they're building, they're going to be better offensively, and they're going to be more towards the direction that we want to see them as far as running the football. So a lot of that is a big plus. It's something that I've been waiting for a while. And I think the Miami Dolphins offense is going to be a lot more watchable, which I think, just simply as a media person, as a fan, like beyond winning games, I want to feel like I enjoy going to Dolphins games. And just being frank, there's a lot of times I got an assignment for a Dolphins game, and I was like, man, this is not going to be a fun game to watch because I know the way they play offense. So that's something that I'm looking forward to. I think Mike McDaniel is going to have a great scheme to go about it and work around Tua and work around this run game. So that's something I think Dolphins fans can look forward to.
Dude, the last 25 years, it's only been defense that's been entertaining at times for Miami. And the only time offensively we were really entertaining was when the dreadlock demon was running the ball and Ricky Williams, bro. Really, that's about, we had a nice year with Lamar Smith once, but Ricky was really the dynamic thing. I know we did the whole Wildcat crap, but that was a facade. The Ricky thing for 2 years, that's the only time the Dolphin offense was entertaining over the last 25 years. Think about that. Think how screwed up that is.
That's
in
wild.
A quarter century.
That is crazy. And that's why you feel for Dolphins fans. Like I feel for them. Like I didn't grow up a Dolphins fan, so I don't know your personal experience. But I feel for them because
you don't know my pain.
I don't know.
You don't know my pain.
I've learned it secondhand, but I didn't feel it with you. I didn't feel the pain. I'm learning of it. But
What'd you grow up as? What'd you grow up as?
I grew up as an Eagles fan, actually. I lived in Philly. In Philly. Hey, yeah, we did have our own pain, So, but it's different. It's different because you guys at least had a glory day to point to. You're pointing to, okay, the Shula era where you're having the 72 Dolphins, or the Marino era where it's the 80s and 90s. Eagles, we didn't have much to point to, It was just everything in the now. So that made it a different pain. But I almost think that knowing that you were legendary in the past, but you can't get back, it's a worse pain because you tasted it, and now you're dying to get that taste again, and it just has not happened. So one day, Dolphins fans, I can't promise you it'll be soon, but one day the taste is going to come back.
My brother, it wasn't a taste; it was an entitlement.
Right. Yep.
It's what we have with Riley. It's an entitlement.
Right.
It's like
you don't truly appreciate it until it's gone.
When does a Heat fan ever feel like they're out of it? Never.
Yep.
Never. Ever. They always feel like, no, Riley will do something, bro. Riley will figure it out. Riley will do. And then before you know it, you're in the bubble and you're in the finals. And you're like, there's Riley again. And then, here you go this year. Caleb Martin and Gabe Vincent and Yurtseven. And oh, there it is. Riley again. It's like, it's, obviously we go back to Shaq and the big three. That's the easy stuff. But it's just, you look at it and it's like you're never out of it with the guys. Zoe, Timmy, all that stuff. Even, I know they didn't win it, but damn, those were great teams and they got far. And that's what we had with Shula. We had an entitlement, my brother. Let me explain to you how ridiculous it got. Here you go. Are you ready for this?
Yep. I'm ready.
We used to say it. Well, Shula only won 10 games and got into the playoffs. That's just not enough anymore, man.
Wow.
I'm not lying. I'm telling you. That's the reaction of the average Dolphin fan in the early 90s. Oh, dude, Shula's only getting into playoffs. First round, that's not enough, bro. We got to do better than that. The game's passing him by.
Yep.
That's how spoiled we were.
You mentioned entitlement. You see that with teams like, and I mentioned this just a second ago, you don't really realize or appreciate it until it's gone. And I got to catch a flight.
A flight or frozen? I got to catch a flight, but I'm frozen at the moment. Before I catch the flight, I got to unfreeze so I can then say this, and then I can then get back on to a flight that I'm frozen for first.
Did you hear me?
There we go. No, you were frozen first before you can fly. So before
I got to catch a flight shortly,
unfrozen.
so I'm going to leave you with this. When we talk about sort of the entitlement, you don't truly appreciate what you have until it's gone. You talk about the Heat. I can't even imagine the post-Riley era and what we're going to talk about the glory days then. Hopefully it doesn't have as bad of a drop-off as the Dolphins had, but that's sort of what I think about with the Patriots, right? And so they're hoping that they don't have this downfall, but you had, 6 titles with Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. Was it 6 or 5?
6.
6 of them together. And
Yeah.
So there's no guarantee they ever get back. They're parading Mac Jones. They're putting him up there like, hey, this can be the future, but there's no guarantee. And so I hope if that error ever happens for the Dolphins again, fans will truly appreciate it while it happens. Give the players, the coaches, their flowers while it happens, because you never know. Like I mentioned, I was an Eagles fan growing up. And so now that I'm a reporter, you're supposed to be unbiased, right? But I admit, I went back to the parade 4 years ago when they won the Super Bowl, because I'm like, I rooted for this team for 15, 20 years growing up. They may never win the title again. The Eagles may never win the title as long as I'm alive. I'm not going to sit here back and say, hey, I'm not going to go because I'm a reporter and it's not. No, you got to take advantage of these moments because there's no guarantee.
That's right. And remember, I have that picture of you climbing on that traffic light, tearing it down. So we'll always hold it against you to make sure you stay here as an insider on our show. So, all right, there you go. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolfe, and, of course, catch his work there at the NFL Network. Cam, safe travels, my friend. I appreciate you. We'll talk to you later on.
Appreciate you, Big O.
You got it. There you go. Cameron Wolfe, baby. And our Fort Lauderdale Police Department Miami Dolphins report.
This has been the Fort Lauderdale Police Department Pro Football Report with insider Cameron Wolfe. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is an equal opportunity employer. The department is now hiring uncertified and certified police officers. Go to flpdjobs.com.
Ah, yes. Carla says Thurman Thomas is the reason Miami could not get back to the Super Bowl. I disagree with you. Thurman Thomas, Reed, Kelly, Bruce Smith, Darryl Talley. I completely disagree with you. Thurman Thomas was only a contributor. He wasn't the sole reason why, because I got Andre Reed nightmares all over the place, okay? That was, no. There were many reasons why. That team was just loaded, man. I mean, really, Scott Norwide, if he doesn't miss that field goal, that's the one Super Bowl they should have won. I mean, how do you go to 4 straight Super Bowls and not win one? That team was so good. And that Bills team is better than both the teams that were in the Super Bowl this year. And they're not just better than both of the teams that were in the Super Bowl this year. They're better than both of the teams that were in the Super Bowl this year by miles. It's not even close. There's no discussion here. Nothing, dude. That's how good that Bills team is. I believe that Bills team might be better than half the teams that have won the Super Bowl. To think that team did not walk away with a Super Bowl is baffling. I know this. If our Dolphins were that good and went to the Super Bowl 4 straight times and not win it once, I would lose my effing mind on that. And I would imagine Bills fans have too already on that, to think about that, right?
Who do you think has it worse, the Bills fans or the Dolphin fans?
Wow, I see what you're saying. Because the Bills have never won it.
But they went 4 times.
But they went 4 times. And they did win it in the AFL days. But they have never won it in the Super Bowl days. Yet Miami has 2 Super Bowl championships. But yet, over the last 30 years, they have no success. And yet the Bills have had way more success. So I get what you're saying. It's
and then also
and Miami won against the Bills for
is this
10
Bills
straight
team
years, 20 straight.
mirroring that Bills team?
Is that what?
The Bills team now with Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Is it mirroring the team?
It's pretty close, but no, the other team is still better.
Well, no, the other team's better, but are they going to be that team that can make it there but not get the Super Bowl?
Well, no, they have it, man. They could. I mean,
that team was better and they didn't.
But they
win
got
it all.
there 4
They
times.
got there, yeah. And right now, Josh Allen's
and they needed a field goal to be missed, not to win that one. Which is that's the thing. They won that game, dude. It was just the damn kicker missed.
Just the scoreboard said something else.
Yeah, exactly. Manny Navarro will join us next. Let's talk a little Miami Hurricanes right here on the Big O Radio Show, coming to you live from the OK Coin Studios.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Caneswear Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
Hey, there he is, the man, the myth, the legend. That is Manny Navarro. Manny, how you feeling, baby? You feeling good?
Feeling great, looking forward to hopefully these coaching hires being finalized. And then spring practice is March 7th. That'll be fun to hopefully we'll get a chance to go out there and see Mario and his guys in action.
That's right. Give people the spring dates, by the way, so they know. What's the deal?
Yeah, so spring football is going to open March 7th, and I think they're going to have 3 practices that first week. Then they're going to be off for spring break, come back, and then it'll all culminate the final 12 practices with the spring game. I believe April 16th is what I remember off the top of my head. I think it is April 16th at it's supposed to be at up in Fort Lauderdale at the DRV PNK Stadium, right, where the soccer team is. So, I would imagine fans would probably be allowed to attend the spring game. I know COVID still technically exists, but they had fans at football games this year, so I don't know that that'll be an issue. But we'll see. We'll see how that progresses. We didn't necessarily have all that sort of stuff available the last couple of years, obviously. So now hopefully, it'll be well attended.
All right. So let me speak for the peoples. What about fan access? What's going to happen for these spring practices? Does Mario play the paranoia game and he closes everybody out, or do Canes fans get a little taste of the Canes?
Well, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping that that there will be some level of access, even if it's just for media, so that we can see a little bit and then be able to report on stuff. I know Manny Diaz last time around allowed us to watch the first 2. I think it was the first 2 practices we got to watch from beginning to end. They were in shorts and helmets. I think that kind of stuff is usually what they're okay with letting you watch, because they're just going through drills and working and whatnot. So we'll see. I think as far as fans and access and getting autographs and all that stuff, again, I don't know where we are with COVID protocols, if they'll advance to that point. I mean, really what fans want is to be able to meet the players. A lot of them want to be able to say hi to them and whatnot. So I don't know where we're at with that. Hopefully we'll get some answers here soon. But the good thing is, I think, things are progressing in the right way if you're a Miami fan. The program continues to do well as far as hiring coaches and recruiting and everything else is going in good direction. So hopefully fan access will be included in that here in the next month.
All right. Let's hope so, man. I would like to see the fans get a little access. Are you guys going to get access? Do you guys do the media get to
Well,
watch a little bit as long as they're quiet? I guess.
yeah, that's what I was hoping for. We'll find out. I mean, I would assume we would be able to get to go down there and watch even 10 or 15 minutes. They let us do that last year in the fall. Like
Stretching, really?
yes,
Stretching.
stretching, right? I don't know. I don't know how Mario's going to handle it. Mario is from the old school where back in the day when he played there, media had access every day. We could talk to whoever we wanted to coming off the field. I doubt that's going to be the case the way football is modernized, but he does remember the good old days when you could go down and watch and participate and interview whoever you wanted. We'll see. It's a good question to ask. I know the guys at Oregon who have covered him the last couple of years have talked about limited access and they don't get to see anything and this and that. I don't know. Miami football wants fans in the stands. I know that. They want to be able to pay the bills. So more access, the better, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I think that would be actually awesome. All right. Coaching wise, any changes? What are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna have a hire here, probably as a defensive ends coach, potentially somebody who could do special teams as well. I think those are the primary focuses right now. I've heard a couple different names I don't want to necessarily put out there because you don't know if they're legitimate or not. It's just kind of what's been going through the rumor mill. One of them is an assistant at LSU. Another one's a guy who was at Georgia and had actually coached here before, who's got special teams experience. I'll let the listeners who know what I'm referring to as far as histories as potential guys. Those are two programs, but I think they're going to be elite coaches, guys that have come from pedigree SEC type teams, and I think those are the guys that you'll see hired here. Hopefully it gets done. I'm tired of looking at Twitter. I'm tired of texting people saying, hey, is this real? Is this going to happen? Is it, what's the deal with that? I kind of just want to be able to take my eyes off of it for a little while,
No, I'm with you there. It makes a lot of it's just a tedious thing that you have to, and because he's been so deliberate about this and he has taken his time. That's why it drags on, and then what also drags on the rumors and the reports and the fake names being thrown out there and all that stuff. So it's got to be a pain in the ass for you to have to follow all this stuff all the time. The recruiting, I know that this is kind of the dead period now, but again, we always hear about transfer portal and all those kind of things. So
Yeah.
what are we hearing now so far on the
Well,
personnel side?
Well, they lost one player. I think what we're going to start to see is some exits. And yesterday was one of the first ones. Larry Hodges, who was here for 3 years, a kid out of the Tampa area, he got himself suspended, I think, before his second season here, or maybe it was this past season where he got himself in trouble with the law. He got arrested and then missed the first few games. They have to get under 85. They have to get to 85. And right now they're over that. I've told you guys that in the last couple of times I've been on that they're, I think they're like 88, 87 scholarships right now. So at some point here, there's going to be guys getting run off, and Mario basically hinted at that. He talked about how, if they're going to add guys through the portal, they also got to look at the guys they've got here first, right? Give them an opportunity, and then, you get the tap on the shoulder. Hey, son, I think you should go play somewhere else, Yeah. I think a lot of that is what we're going to be seeing here in the next couple of weeks as spring football progresses, as guys start to see the expectations or potential roles that they're going to have. What you don't want to have happen, is what happened to Miami this past season with Manny Diaz, right? Where in the middle of the season, you had guys quitting on the team, entering the portal, or getting frustrated with the role and becoming sort of a locker room cancer. I think Mario wants to try to get that over and done with here early in the process so that when you get to the fall, maybe you have one or two at the end of camp where guys are saying, okay, I'm not going to play here. I'm out. I'm going to go to the portal. But for the most part, the earlier you can weed guys out and the more you can sort of free up scholarships, I think that's the objective here.
It's interesting, Manny, because the Dolphins and the Canes have a lot in common lately, right? Both haven't had a lot of success lately, right? Both are struggling. Both have struggled on the offensive line to really develop a line and an identity and consistency and all of that. Well, we're watching Mike McDaniel hire a boatload of people to help out, to run the block, all that kind of stuff, with Frank Smith, with Applebaum himself. He kept around Stoodsville. So he got 4 guys now. Well, I'm kind of looking at the Canes, and they're kind of doing the same thing too. There's a huge emphasis starting with the head coach and obviously his two guys that are there with him too that he brought from Oregon. So there's seems to be also a big emphasis in Coral Gables like there is in Miami Gardens on that offensive line.
No, that's where it all starts. And really, I mean, if you're going to get to the level where you're playing for championships, you got to be big on both sides of the ball. You got to be dominant on both sides of the ball. And right now, face the facts, man. I just did an entire roster breakdown for The Athletic. You go back and you look. There's a lot of experience that was gone off of this team from last year. There's 17 starters at Miami, double-digit career starts. I mean, over 30,000 snaps between those kids. And a few of them were offensive linemen. You had the Jared Williams kid, who was one of your better players at right tackle. He's gone. You have Navon Donaldson, who at times when he wanted to be dominant could push the line of scrimmage, but it wasn't always the case. So you're losing all these guys.
He was more dominant in the drive-through with me. But go ahead.
So you're losing these guys, and you want to get tougher and stronger, more physical up front. It's going to take a process. It's going to take the weight room. It's going to take this offseason conditioning program. And then it's going to take weeding out the guys who aren't the material to be here. Right. Like that's, and so
by the way, wasn't that Navon Donaldson in the halftime show singing in the club? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That was Donaldson. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I couldn't believe he was hanging backwards like that either.
Mean, that was impressive by Navon. I got to tell you, that was impressive.
But my point is, man, like, to get to that process, you need to have the right kind of coaches in here. Okay. And I liked Garen Justice a lot as an offensive lineman. I don't have a problem with him, but you need support staff, right? You need guys working with the offensive linemen to get them in the right way, to get them nimble, all those kind of things. I think he's hired 3 or 4 different strength coaches, to bulk up here and get every one of these guys taken care of. It's him and Mirabal and together going to be coaching the offensive line. And he's looking for he's going to have essentially 2 defensive line coaches here. He's got Salavea, who's probably going to focus on tackles, and then an ends coach is what most of us think will happen here. So yes, up front is where it begins. But as far as the process is concerned, still weeding out guys and still getting to the point where you have the right kind of people in the program. And that's why I tell Miami fans who are all excited, say, oh man, we're, all we got to do is change the coach and we're going to be winning ACC championships. Personnel is still a big part of this, dude.
Yeah, of course. No, you got to personnel and coaching, man, are incredibly important, and we know that they've had some personnel, not all the personnel, and they certainly have not had the coaching.
No,
and that's just something that has stood out badly, unfortunately, for the Canes.
Yeah, and it's going to get better. I think ultimately here, having Mario in place, being an offensive line guy. There are going to be great offensive linemen who are going to want to come play here. And I think, Miami's backyard, unfortunately, this area, you just don't produce offensive linemen. South Florida, you do not produce high quality, draftable offensive linemen. You'll have some size, but you're not going to have the best of the best. You got to go to other parts of the country. I think Mario is going to be able to recruit some elite offensive linemen. Hopefully, once the defensive line situation sort of worked out, we'll see who they hire to coach ends. You get another guy who can build elite pass rushers, because you have some talent on here. I like the 2 kids that they picked up here, Nigel Kelly and Cyrus Moss in this recruiting class. Those are big, long body kids who sort of project to be Sunday players. But they need to be coached up. They need to put on weight. That process takes a while. So right. I think next year, there's still going to be moments where we're sitting here saying, man, the offensive line doesn't look as good as you want it to be, and the defensive line isn't putting the kind of pressure you want. And I don't think it's going to have as much to do with coaching as it is just getting the right kind of players in here and building them into the way that you want them to look.
Subscribe to The Athletic. Follow my man Manny on Twitter at Manny_Navarro, so you can catch the best coverage of your Canes, and you can catch him here a couple times a week with our Canes Wear Miami Hurricanes report. Manny, as always, I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you.
Good talking to you, brother. Take care.
You got it. There you go. The great Manny Navarro. All right, give me 2 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break here. Coming to you live from Hialeah Park. We're out here at the casino. 2nd floor poker room. Sean Stanley by my side. Back with more right here on the Big O Radio Show.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop. There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Weldon Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Weldon Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Weldon Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Weldon Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B Butz Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B Butz Jr. Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Thank you, as always. Appreciate Manny Navarro joining us. Hope to have Omar Kelly should be joining us right around 12:15. I see a little Nature B there. Nature B is for me. And folks, right now you can get free shipping by using my code Big O on the 3-month supply of Nature B. I take those 2 golden capsules every single day. I've been doing it for 20 years. 20 years, man. Those 27 vitamins and amino acids, the 28 minerals and antioxidants. And what I love, it's all natural. So my daughter's been taking it since she was a child, and she's 22 now. So it's great for the kids. It's great for everybody. All natural, no chemicals, not made by some dude in a lab coat. No, it is straight from Mother Nature in clean green New Zealand. And by the way, when you go to natureb.com, check out all the other things. I got to show you the soaps. It smells so good. It works so good. They got all kinds of stuff, man. The lip balm, everything. Check it out for yourself, all the different types of products. But what I love about Nature B, it's going to power you through the day. And my favorite part, boosting the immune system. I work with my voice every day. I need to use it 3-4 hours a day on air, right? I've been doing it for 32 years. Last 20, protected by Nature B. Very few times do I get a cold. I mean, once in a blue moon, I'll end up with one. Of course, it's going to happen. But, man, and in today's virus-filled world, you need as much protection as possible, even if you've got your vaccine, even if you're boosted. And, it helps to have a little Nature B because you may not get, Omicron, but you don't want to get a cold either, right? And bog you down. natureb.com. Use my code Big O. You'll get free shipping on the 90-day trial there. Check it out for yourself. You'll start feeling it. You'll feel the difference. natureb.com, and you will know why I've been taking it for 20 years. All right. Good stuff there. Appreciate Jeff and all the great people out there at Nature B as always, and really appreciate them turning me on to it 2 decades ago, because it's just something that's just part of my routine every single day, man. Really grateful with that. Bitcoin, by the way, is at 44,295. Just in case, Ethereum is up over 5%, over $3,100. SHIB has been climbing again, back over 31. By the way, Polkadot's another one that I love. It's at $20 now at this point. So nice to see that the market is bouncing back a little bit, but I'm still a little nervous because of everything that's going on over in Europe, and obviously with Russia and the Ukraine and everything going on there. I hope there's no war, because obviously I don't want to see, especially I don't want to see any of our Americans get hurt, because we know we have Americans over there right now. So let's hope so. Let's see. It might affect other things going on. Big O, do you think Duke Johnson stays or no? Samuel, I have no idea, but I would bring back Lindsey and Duke Johnson. I can't tell you. Listen, I would draft a running back, and I would bring back Duke Johnson and Philip Lindsey. And I'm glad we replayed that interview with Benjamin Albright today, because, he talked a little bit about it, that Philip Lindsey fits that zone blocking scheme that they're going to use now. So maybe you do bring back those 2 guys. Maybe your running back room looks a little different, and you'll have those guys along with the draft pick or free agent that they sign, because I would imagine that they're going to sign a pretty impactful free agent at running back. Not like I don't even know if there's any elite players doubted available in free agency, but I'm sure they'll sign either a pretty damn good running back, or they'll draft what they think is going to turn into a pretty damn good running back, either or. But there's no doubt in my mind I would bring back Duke Johnson and Philip Lindsey. And this is coming from the guy that really never has viewed Duke Johnson as an every down back or a guy that I would use running a lot, to be honest with you. All I've ever seen him do is pass catch. But I got to admit, He had 2 100-yard games, something I didn't expect. I mean, anybody can get one if you're a professional running back. You can have a day, but the guy had 2. And the game against Tennessee, it was 7 for 49. It was Flo's dumbass that didn't give him the ball more. That's what I would say to that. I don't blame Duke there. I don't blame the team. I don't blame anybody. I blame Flo there. If Duke's giving me 7 for 49, I need to give him 7 more. I need to see if there's 100 yards there. And in that game, in those conditions, that's what they needed, and they failed to do that. That won't happen anymore with this guy. If Mike McDaniel is succeeding running the ball on you, he's going to keep punching you in the mouth and running you over. And you know what? I'm super happy about that. Because if Miami can get to that point, I love it, man. Take all the pressure off your passing game. Make a team go crazy to stop your run, and that's when you're passing all over them and doing whatever you want. It's nice to have Franco Harris and Rocky Bleier punishing you, because then you can play off them. It's nice to have Zonka, Kick, and Morris punishing you, because then you can play off of them. It's nice to have Walter Payton running, because then you can play off of it. It's nice to have Marshall Faulk running, because then you can play off of it. It's nice to have Derrick Henry running, because then you can play off of it. It doesn't matter what era we're talking about. If you got a running game, you're going to open everything up for you. So, I don't know if they'll keep Duke Johnson. I don't know if they'll keep Philip Lindsay, but I'd keep both and either draft or sign another running back. Just like they have an emphasis and they've brought in several coaches to fix the run, I think you need to go out and get yourself another running back, and I also think you need to go out and get yourself a couple of offensive linemen. They're going to run the ball this year, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to fix the running game one way or another. That's what I'm seeing. That gets me excited, I got to say. Orlando, did you know bee pollen, it's the only single source of nutrient that you can live on with water? Yes. Yes, it is. In fact, the Nature Bee capsule is so good. The bee pollen, okay? It's so good. I want you to do this. When you go, you can't do this with any other vitamin, all right? I want you to grab the Nature Bee capsule and bust it in half or open it up and have the powder straight. Would you normally do that with anything else? No, right? Because you'll be like, oh, wow, you have the bitter beer face. Remember that? What was the name of that? Brockstone? What was it? It was something like that. Bitter beer face. It was something with a B, I think. I don't know why. But anyway, it tastes great. That's the beauty of it. Yeah. I mean, bee pollen is so good for you. It's not even funny, man. So, yes, definitely. I'm with you. I've been taking it so long, Jay, that I'm kind of, found out about a lot of stuff with bee pollen and why it helps with you. And digestive system, it helps, all of that. What was the name of it? Keystone. I said Breakstone and Keystone. Okay. Yep, right. Breakstone's a cottage cheese. Exactly, yes. Keystone. That's it. Bitter beer face. That's it. That's it. Eric Storm says, behind the O-line for him to do what he did deserves a chance this summer to earn a spot. They better bring Duke back. I hope so, man. I hope so. Speaking of Conrad, loved it when Brian Cox was asked if there were worries on the Jets that Rob Conrad would be a problem and paused a couple seconds and said, who is Rob Conrad? Cox was a Jet then. Frankie Styles, thank you, sir, for a little love on the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Bunch of Keystones came in. Thank you. I like Laird. Laird is nice as a pass catcher, but that's the problem with Laird. He's limited. He's not a runner. And so he sells out completely. When the defense sees him, you're not really going to run the ball with Patrick Laird. But I like him. I'm with you. I like him as a pass catcher. I do too. I think he's a pretty good pass catcher. Dean Brown says, Rams won the Super Bowl without much of a running game all year, but the difference was the QB. I think the difference is their D-line, actually. to be honest with you. Not the QB. I'll go the QB is the complementary piece. But although there were games where Cam Akers was an impactful player for them at times, but the D line for me was the reason why the Rams are the Rams. There's no doubt in my mind. Yes, Stafford had a nice year, but man, that D line they got some talent on that D line. Oh, what's the one album that you wish you could wipe from your memory so you could experience it again for the very first time? Wow. That's a really good one. There's too many. Because I'm thinking, okay, Dark Side of the Moon. I'm thinking The Wall. I'm thinking Van Halen 1. I'm thinking U2 War. Led Zeppelin 4. I mean, that's hard, man. That's really, really hard to say, okay, I got to get one, erase it from my mind so I can re-listen to it again. That's a great question, by the way, because like Iron Maiden, the original Iron Maiden, not even with Bruce Dickinson. I'm talking with Paul Di'Anno, the first one, with Remember Tomorrow and The Prowler and Iron Maiden and all that stuff. I love that album. Beastie Boys, License to Ill. Love that album. From beginning to end, I can jam that album. There's so many that I could come up with that from beginning to end, I just can jam them. Boston, the first Boston. Oh, my God. That's so awesome, that first Boston. With Smoking and Don't Look Back. No, not Don't Look Back. That's the first time. More Than a Feeling. All that kind of stuff. Oh, man. That's hard. That's really hard to lay it down to just one album. Man. That's good. That's a really good one. It's hard for me to just say one album. But okay, if gun to head, I got to go one album. U2 War. That'll be my one album. U2 War. Unforgettable Fire is like right there. It's like going back and forth. But I'll go War from U2. Erase that and then start right from the get-go. Oh my God, I rent or run or whatever Ram Iron Maiden when they first came out or bought. Okay. I'm an enormous Iron Maiden fan. First Iron Maiden album is great. Yeah, man. A little Phantom of the Opera. Oh, man. I love that album. Transylvania. So good, man. So good. Bat Out of Hell, Jerry Company. That is Jerry Coe. I like Bat Out of Hell. That's a really good one, dude. Sgt. Pepper, Beatles. Not Bee Gees, right? Beatles? Okay. Just want to make sure. Jay says Led Zeppelin 1, U2 Joshua Tree, Rolling Stones Goat's Head Soup. All three great. Oh, I'm younger. Linkin Park, Hybrid Theory. That's a great one, dude. It's a phenomenal album. I can still remember, and rest in peace, Bill Preston, who turned me on to Linkin Park. And he's the guy say, oh, you got to listen to this. You got to listen to this. And I remember turning on Hybrid Theory. And I like Meteora. To me, those are their two albums. After that, it went downhill. It just got progressively worse. Their music, they could never maintain their first two albums. Hybrid Theory was just one of the great albums of all time. And Meteora was absolutely phenomenal. They could never maintain it. But Hybrid Theory is one of those because it was that new genre of music where they were mixing the rock and the rap and everything. And that was kind of new to all of us, right? And the mixing of the singing, screaming, and rapping in a way. You know what I mean? The emotion. I don't want to call it screaming, but the emotional singing behind it, So impressive. Hybrid Theory is one of those that, you know what? Nirvana, Nevermind is right there. It's one of those the same way. It's this new genre of music and an album that is just phenomenal to go off on. It's the same thing with Pink Floyd. It's a different kind of rock at that moment when it comes out, and it just blows you away. I like it. Really good question, by the way. Moody Blues, Days of Future Past. I like it. Eric, you're picking Diver Down out of all the Van Halen albums. And I like Diver Down. And it's a good album. But damn, dude, Fair Warning before that. Women and Children First, Van Halen 2, Van Halen 1. I mean, I'm going to pick Diver Down before I pick 1984. But it's a couple of other Van Halen albums I would pick before that. Benny H wants to sing a little Charlotte the Harlot. Tell me your name. Charlotte the Harlot. Take me to bed. Charlotte the Harlot. All right. Let's see. Dream Theater for me. Yeah, but Carlos, you didn't give me the album. Metallica, the Black Album, says Eric. Gorillaz, Demon Days. There we go. What station talks music and Dolphins? Greatest show. Timo. Thank you. Thank you. Frampton Comes Alive. I remember buying Frampton Comes Alive in Passaic, New Jersey in the 70s. Dark Side of the Moon, definitely a great. 2112. Nice one, Carlos. Dave Matthews, Under the Table and Dreaming. Never complain about Dave Matthews, and never tell a Dave Matthews fan that you don't like Dave Matthews. Those people are fanatical. Watch out. AC/DC, Back in Black was another one of those kind of albums. That's a great call, Thomas. Great call. God, Back in Black is awesome. Dream Theater Images. Hey, okay. Love Lamb Lies Down, Carlos, in the cage of one of the best songs lyrically ever written. Big O, you have a blind-ass fan in Cliff D. Why? What happened? What did he say? Pray for new ownership. Oh, why? What did he put? Oh, Tua stinks? Oh, okay. Is that really what we're doing right now? We're like talking music, having some fun.
The reason
Somebody
I was
just wants to
laughing
throw out
was
Tua stinks.
because in between everything, those two were going back and forth talking about Tua, and then everything else is music. It just, you see the whole complexity of this show in that it's like they got to get that take in there on the football, even though they're going to music.
Pat in Nashville has U2 Octum Baby. That's a great album. And they opened up their tour in the Lakeland Civic Center. Again, rest in peace, Bill. Spent a lot of my life with that guy, dude. We went to that show. Appetite for Destruction. Wow, that's a great album. Samuel Loomis says, Saratoga concert series is killer so far. Robert Plant, Black Keys, Foo Fighters, Korn, REO Speedwagon, Styx, Sammy Hagar, DMB. Join us up here, Big O. Love it. When is that? Is that coming or is that happening right now? What is the Saratoga concert series? That's in New York, right? That's where our racetrack is that we're supposed to go and do the show there. Rush exit stage left, a little YYZ drums. Dun, 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 dun. Incubus, Morning View. He's such a good singer, bro. Such a good singer. And you should see, those of you, if you like Incubus, go see him live. Really good. I like it. Thin Lizzy, Live in Danger. That's one of the great live albums of all time. That Thin Lizzy album right there. One of the great ones. Big O, are you a Slipknot fan? Nope. No, I like metal, but I don't like most of the speed and thrash metal. I don't like screamers. I like singers. You know what I mean? Pantera is like one of the few, and that's because they have this like groove to their music that I like. But I'm not really much of a thrash and a speed metal guy. I'm just not. You know, I'm more of a Judas Priest, Scorpions, Iron Maiden, Crocus, type of guy. In modern music, King. I love King. That kind of metal. Ghost. I need singing, man. I need a real voice behind it. Anthrax. Real voice. I love Anthrax. I've got most of Anthrax music. But that's because they got a voice, man, behind it, and so it's different. For me, that's where I'm at with that kind of stuff. It is that's I can't do that. I cannot do it. Let's see. UFO Strangers in the Night again. That's a top 5 live album of all time. Strangers in the Night. Wow, you guys are just Electric Lady from Jimi Hendrix. Can never do wrong with any Hendrix, my brother. That is so amazing. Joel Burr says Pantera, the great Southern trendkill. Pantera is so good, man. My mom took me to see Prince during the Purple Rain at the Lakeland Civic Center. I was 9. My mom is the best. Yes, she is. You saw that tour in the Lakeland Civic Center? That's awesome, dude. I saw the Prince tour in the Orange Bowl. So you win, like by miles. Wow. I didn't realize that the Prince tour started or was there in Lakeland. I should have gone to that one. Anytime you can see a big band at the Lakeland Civic Center, I'm telling you, you need to go because that place is small. That place is awesome for a concert. Really is. Good acoustics also in that little arena. I love the Lakeland Civic Center. Been there so many times for state championship basketball games and then a few concerts. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. So good, right? I mean, those are 2 masterpieces. It's like Ozzy's, Blizzard of Oz and Diary of a Madman with Randy. Those are 2 of the greatest metal albums of all time. The same thing. Mob Rules and Heaven and Hell with Dio and Black Sabbath may be 2 of the greatest heavy metal albums of all time. I love Ronnie James Dio, man. Huge Ronnie James Dio fan. I even bought his Elf stuff. Okay? I got I got the stuff he did with Rainbow. I got the stuff he did with Elf. I got all his solo stuff, and obviously with Black Sabbath, and that's it. Yeah, Black Sabbath. That's it. That's right. Because the Heaven and Hell stuff was with Ozzy. But yeah, I love Ronnie James Dio, man. One of the great, rest in peace, one of the great voices of all time. I'm with you there. All right, let's do this. Let's take a really quick break. When we come back, hopefully we will be joined by Omar Kelly and our EJD Miami Dolphins report. Before we do that, don't forget that Sloman's is a proud sponsor of our program. And right now, folks, we are going to give you a free doorbell camera with the first 40 Big O listeners. All you got to do is dial it up, 1-800-ALARM-ME. Or how about this? We have the link below. And you use that link, you will get a free doorbell camera. Right now, the first 40 Big O listeners will get a free doorbell camera, and you're going to love that doorbell camera because it works beautifully. You get to be in contact with everything going on in your home. And what I love about the Sloman system is that I get to keep up. I can check out the cameras outside of my house, the backyard, and of course inside where my doggies are, because we've got 2 big dogs and 3 little dogs. So we got to make sure that they're fine, right? Because the 2 big dogs are always roaming around, and so I always got to make sure that everything is kosher inside the home there. So Sloman's allows me to keep up with everything inside the home and outside the home. It's a beautiful thing. If I'm rushing home, somebody drops off some food, I can tell the Uber guy, hey, leave it there for me. I'll be there in a second. Thank you very much. So right now, folks, we're going to give you a free doorbell camera if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners. 1-800-ALARM-ME. It'll connect directly to your smartphone with your Sloman Shield. Plus, we're going to give you a free customized home security system, professional installation. And when you use our low-cost central station monitoring, you're also going to get an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and a backup battery. So call them 1-800-ALARM-ME. Protect your family the way we do with the Sloman's Shield.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by EJD Construction.com, where you can trust their team of construction experts. American Dream Lending. Go to adreamlending.com. Stop dreaming and start living your best life. Perdermo Cigars. Experience a Perdermo way. Go to perdermocigars.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hialeah Park. We're waiting Omar Kelly to join us any minute now. By the way, Benny, Saxon, I agree with you, man. Power and glory. The Eagle has landed Saxon's most underrated band out there. Saw you with Biff Byford, Big O. His solo album is awesome. Yes. I've seen Saxon a couple times, and we got to meet him. My buddy and I went to a show. I forgot where this. It's some raunchy-ass club. To be honest with you, it was not a good place, but it was great to see Saxon because I love freaking Saxon, and it was a lot of fun. I love that band. That band is such a jam. So I'm with you. Saxon is kind of one of those underrated groups. A little Princess in the Night. Love it. I'm with you there. Thomas says, hope you have more interviews with rock legends, Big O. Really enjoyed it when Kansas was in town and you got that interview. We'll do more. We'll do more. I promise you we'll do more. I've always done music interviews. Now that, it looks like the touring is really hot and heavy now and starting to really come back strong, we will do our best to get more artists on to talk a little music and add a little bit more of that. Maybe add, and I see some of the responses there. I think, yeah, maybe a little more music talk every once in a while, kind of mix it in here like we do with crypto. Definitely. I mean, well, listen, those are my three passions outside of my family and my dogs. It's sports, it's music, and crypto. So yeah, I have no problem talking about those passions because those are things that I absolutely love, man. Mario says, I would love to experience the Beatles' White Album again for the first time. Dark Side of the Moon also. Wow. Yeah, it's a great question. It's a great question. Big O, are you attending Def Leppard, Motley Crue? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I've seen both many, many times. Motley Crue's toast. Vince Neil can't sing anymore. Okay, it's embarrassing to watch Vince Neil on stage nowadays. I can't give my money to that. Now on the Leopard side, I would, you know what? I would actually go to that concert, and I wouldn't care about Motley Crue. I would want to see Def Leppard. That's it, because Phil can still sing. Rick Allen, you know what? When Def Leppard comes to town, I'll probably get Rick Allen on. Okay, so I'm not tight with Rick Allen, but he and I text each other and we go back and forth. In fact, I just sent, we just exchanged some texts about a month and a half ago. So Rick Allen's a good dude. He's been on the show. Rick Allen once, the drummer for Def Leppard, he was in town for a concert. This is how cool Rick Allen is with me. I told him I'm doing the show over at damn it, what's the name? Twin Peaks in Davie. Can you come by? Rick Allen came by to Twin Peaks in Davie to do the interview. A superstar drummer comes over and shares a little time with us. So when Leopard comes into town, I will try to get Rick Allen on and have some fun. I'll do my best and work a little more on the music side and try to get a little bit more on that side for all of you out there. I sometimes I don't know how much of it is things that you guys want, you know what I mean? Or ladies out there that you want to hear more from some of the music. But yeah, and I know most of the people that run most of the venues in town and some of the promoters. So I will start to work with them and reach out to them because the last 2 years has kind of been, pandemic. It's been kind of rough. So I've got to get back in contact with them. I should have had Doug Gray on. I was going back and forth with Doug Gray on text the other night when he was here with Kansas because we had Richard on from Kansas and I could have had Doug on and Doug and I were going back and forth during and after his show when he was performing because I couldn't go backstage. I was kind of pissed because of COVID. They don't allow me backstage to go and hang out with Marshall Tucker and with Kansas. I was looking forward to that. That would have been fun because both bands are just absolutely fantastic. So I don't even know. By the way, what date is the Def Leppard concert? I don't even know. I haven't bought a ticket for that, man, because I really have no interest in Motley Crue. None. Nada. I mean, I've seen Crue 15 times probably. I'm done with Crue. I'm fine. It's here. It's here. I think it's at the BB&T Center, I want to say. I want to say it's at the BB&T Center. I don't think I can't say AAA because I got to give the AAA a little love. Lately, the FTX Arena, they've pulled out a couple of rock concerts. Huh? They're at the Hard Rock. Oh, okay. So that's going to be expensive. Oh, okay. The stadium one. Okay. See, that's the thing. I can see Joan Jett, I can see Poison, and I can see Def Leppard. I don't care about Motley Crue. Okay, June 18th. Yeah, I might be able to go. That might not be bad. I can see 3 of the 4 acts. Don't really care about the crew that much anymore. I mean, Nicky can play and Tommy can play and all that, and McMars, God bless him. But Vince sounds terrible. It's embarrassing. It really is. King Short, High and Dry is such a good call. High and Dry might be one of the greatest rock albums of all time. I don't know where you want to put it in your top 100, but Def Leppard High and Dry is the best Def Leppard album ever. I know some of you will go with Pyromania, some of you will go with Hysteria, but for me, High and Dry is the greatest Def Leppard album of all time. It is so phenomenal. Genesis Invisible Touch, not a bad one. Not a bad one. I'd rather go with the one with Mama. What's the name of that one? That probably, I would go with that. Three Sides Live. Speaking of live albums, Genesis Three Sides Live. And for me, I think Abacab might be their best album of all time. You know, Invisible Touch is good, don't get me wrong, but I would rather listen to Abacab 100 times over than Invisible Touch. And Three Sides Live, oh my God, what a great live album that is. Let's see. Big O, how much would you respect McDaniel if he did trade for Watson before the season starts? I think it's a bad choice, but just wanted to know where you stand. Joe, have you been listening to the show? Have I wanted to trade for Watson at any time, Sean?
I think every day. Yeah. Every day you've said it, right? You want Watson on the Dolphins.
You got your
answer.
I'm
saying that very, very sarcastically for those that can't pick it up.
If you haven't picked up Sean, because that's what he'll do constantly. He'll give it to you sarcastically. And yes, I've never wanted Watson. Why would I want him now? I don't know. Why would anybody ask me that? If you haven't heard the show, then I get it. But if you're a constant listener of the show, I stay pretty consistent on most of this stuff. I've never wanted Watson. Ever. So, don't know why I would even bother. Saw Poison at Coral Sky. It was not too good. I mean, listen, it's Poison, bro. What do you want it to do? You know what I mean? But if I'm going to go to that concert, I'm going mainly for Def Leppard. And then I'll enjoy Joan Jett and Poison. By the way, Joan Jett lost her fastball too. I saw Joan Jett 2 years ago, something like that. And, you know, she was fine, but she's not the Joan. She's in her late 60s. You can't expect her to have the same power and scratchiness in her voice like she needs for her music. So she doesn't have the same power in her lungs like she used to. So Joan Jett is also not going to be the Joan Jett I saw 35 and 40 years ago. I mean, that's just the life we live, unfortunately. You get old, man. You're not the same. I'm 10 years from now, I probably won't be able to do a lot of the things that I can do nowadays on radio. Probably would have to slow down a little bit if I'm still doing radio 10 years from now. Big O, have you ever been to Versailles? How about Pollo Tropical? You're really asking a kid that grew up in Little Havana that. I became a bigger fan of yours when you told us you went to see Primus. Do you listen? Of course, I love Primus, man. Why wouldn't I be a Primus? That's the best bass player in the world. And I'm a Steve Harris guy. Okay? But Les Claypool, I've never seen anything like Les Claypool on the bass, ever. Did you know that Les Claypool tried out? Did you know he tried out for Metallica? Did I tell you that story? Les Claypool tried out for Metallica, and Metallica told him, hey, sorry, we can't hire you. You're too good. You would overshadow us. you need. They told him, you need your own band. And he goes, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my own band, my own wine, and we're off and running. And he's off and running. I've never seen anything like Les Claypool in my life. Okay? And we could talk about John Entwistle, and we could talk about my man Steve Harris. I could get into Flea and all kinds of some great bassists that I know over the years. Okay. And I've watched them live and everything. Never seen anything like Les Claypool ever in my life. It's amazing. Never seen anything like Omar Kelly either. He's also amazing. And he is next. For over 16 years, EJD Construction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJD Construction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843. For EJDConstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDConstruction.com Miami Dolphins Report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
That is Omar Kelly. And your questions are now, Big O, have you ever eaten at Burger King? I love that. That's too funny. All right, let's have some fun with Omar Kelly. Omar, why are the eyes open? Are you about to get hit or something? You're getting pulled over or something? What's going on?
No. I stopped driving.
Your eyes are going across the car. Are you falling like some really nice looking woman or what? What's going on?
No. I was parking. I was driving. So
okay. All right. No, I'm just trying to find out what's going on there. Where you parking at? Where you parking?
The only good-looking woman I have my eyes for is my wife.
Oh, she must be sitting next to you, huh? Is that it?
No, she's not. She's not. No.
Does she watch the show, actually?
No, come on now. She doesn't pay attention to anything. I
know. I've met her. She has nothing for sports.
Not zero. And you know, that doesn't bother me, but it bothers me that I can't get her to garden with me. Like that's a passion. I think it's important for the upkeep of your home, and I'd like it to be a collaborative effort. And I can't get her to come out there, get her hands dirty.
Well, but then again, she's a nurse. She has to have her hands clean. Look at you.
You forgot. Oh yeah, I forgot the manicure
getting in there and the nails. We got to take care of those hands. Take care of people, of human beings. We got to keep those hands clean, Omar. What's wrong with you?
Okay, I can accept that.
Yeah, those hands are very valuable, bro. I mean, you want her to waste it on gardening. What's wrong with you? What do you think she is? A writer? Come on.
Okay, touche. I'll accept that. Never thought about it that way.
She does important work. She's a nurse. She's like my wife, a teacher. You and I, we do stupid stuff for a living. It's just, we're not important, bro. They are. We're not. Notice how they do jobs that actually make a difference in people's lives. You and I, we don't care. We're just doing something selfishly so we can get by.
Listen, I think what I do is important. I hold an organization that's been mediocre for 2 decades accountable to its fan base, as do you, sir.
Yeah, but it hasn't worked. We haven't changed a damn thing.
No, it hasn't worked. I got Tua drafted, but
we're not enforcing much, buddy. Okay, we're not really we're not making much of a difference. Yeah, you got Tua drafted and then you abandoned him. What is that, bro?
I didn't abandon him. I got kicked out.
Put him in an adoption place, and so we had to adopt him.
I got kicked out. I did not abandon him.
You definitely were kicked out. Of course, you were kicked out. You were kicked out for a reason.
Yes, my love and support isn't unwavering.
All right, so do you like the focus that Mike McDaniel has for the running game? Because he keeps hiring somebody new for the running game. They got about 4 guys now that I can count that are going to be all influencing the running game one way or another. It seems like they're attacking a real problem.
It's the style and brand of football that I believe in. Having people to actually coach it, and and emphasize it that can help. I'm not necessarily certain that while I get the retention of Eric Stootsville and I just support it because I know he's a good coach. What bothers me about that situation is he hasn't been able to get the running game going for every year since 2016. And,
but he doesn't coach the offensive line. So now maybe he will have the people that will complement him so he can do his job as a running backs coach. You know what I mean? It's you know what I mean? So let's see how all of this, but at least I like the fact that the man's coming in going, okay, we suck against the run. I better go do something here and get the right people. And they're really attacking the problem. At least that's what it seems like on paper. At least.
No doubt about it. From the all-line coach to the offensive coordinator, Stootsville. You said a fourth. No, that's the tight end coach.
Frank Smith. Well, you got Frank Smith, you got Stootsville, you got McDaniel, and you got Applebaum, bro.
Oh, McDaniel. You're counting McDaniel. Okay.
You got it? What, did you count McDaniel?
No, not really. But yeah, it can be.
He's a run expert. He's a run expert. So that's kind of part of his thing. That's what I'm saying. There are
if you're a run expert, why? Okay, I get the 2 offensive line coaches. That makes sense to me.
Right. And the running back coach.
I get the running back coach because he comes from Denver, which is a zone blocking scheme, outside zone. Why they could never do it here, that's a whole different ball game.
Right.
So I don't really have any issues with. I don't have any issue. Only question I have right now is, outside of the Boyle thing, is the pass game coordinator, quarterback coach, who's going to be working intimately with Tua.
Right.
And I'm open to whatever, because Lord knows no matter what, it's going to be an improvement.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I mean, at least there's a real focus on it. And now, obviously the next steps will be, Omar, what do you do in free agency? What do you do in the draft? All those kind of things. What do you complement these coaches with? Because something tells me they're going to be pretty active in free agency for a lineman or two, right? I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, this seems to be like a good draft for linemen as well. So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to play out. I'm curious. One thing that I do find interesting is every year Ross has taken over as owner. The first year of any coach, except for Sperano, he wasn't really the owner then, has been we're going to discover what we have. We're going to be frugal and conscious of what and how we spend our money. And then the next year, we're going to ball out of control. So this year, it's kind of sort of an about face, but partly because you're not really looking at this as a rebuild. You're not saying to yourself, this is a complete rebuild. We got to start over. We got to.
It's just retooling the offense is what they're doing, basically.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to retool the defense as well. And that's what people don't realize or understand.
Retool or tweak?
Retool. I totally believe it's a retool.
Wow.
I think Ogba's going to price himself out of here.
Okay.
You're going to have to get another defensive end. You're going to have to get another inside linebacker. Your linebacker unit is really trash.
No, you're right. They need a thumper in the middle, bro. They really need a badass in the middle. Yes.
Let's just be honest about it. It's really a trash linebacker unit.
Yeah.
But
if you get a strong middle linebacker, I think Baker becomes even better because then he doesn't have to deal with any of the stuff that you've tried to play him in the past, and he can kind of play on the outside. And if everybody else can do their job,
it
frees up Baker to really be Baker.
They moved him on the outside last year. And,
right.
And had a significant amount of success with it. I'm curious to see what bothers me, what truly bothers me. And I could say this to you because you've been in this field for a while, and you've been in locker rooms and you cover coaches being lied to. Being lied to. It's like, because now I gave somebody credit for things that they didn't do or deserve credit for. You understand what I'm saying?
I got you.
and they pretended like, oh, they had, you know, they were the reason or the source or the, and I'm not saying that it's his fault. I'm just saying, like, it's a slippery slope when you start lying.
Right.
And I can honestly tell you, I think that's probably the first time ever I've been lied to by a Dolphins coach.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
In most instances, they'll be like, okay, you caught me. You know, I can't recall another time I've been lied to. And not that it makes a difference because, you know, Flores was protecting Boyer and you know, whatever, but it caused so much tension on the entire staff and players, and now it's going to carry over to next year. Like, there's so much tension there. So it's quite puzzling, if I may say so. You know, somebody took credit for something that they didn't do, basically retained their job because even though they didn't really do their job, and is now in power, and players didn't like the way he called games, and now he's back to calling games with more power. It's going to be a very interesting dynamic.
Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe he wasn't calling the game the way he really wanted it to. Maybe he was calling the game the way someone else wanted to call it. Who knows? I mean, these are the things that none of us really know behind the scenes. And you got to figure that the front office must know something that we don't know about what was going on, you know, in that coaching room on a consistent basis. Something has to give there in that point. All right. So, the investigation now, the NFL looking into it. You know, I know we're all going to try to guess what's going to happen down the line and all this good stuff. We don't really know if Flo has the goods or not on Ross, if somebody's really coming forward or not. Talk to us. What do you know? Where do you think this actually leads to? And I'm sure this is a mess we're going to be talking about for a long time to come.
Most of the stuff that I know is speculative. There is a supposedly alleged witness. Supposedly, you know, this comes down to the Cincinnati New England games. You know, we're not talking. I can honestly tell you, this whole situation and scenario is puzzling to me, because Brian Flores damn sure knew he was supposed to be tanking in 2019, and the fact that you have to have hired him with the understanding, hey, this is what the plan is, and he was on board with the plan because he did so many things from an action standpoint that reflected that. So, hey, now my interest is, will the NFL investigate all the tanking that's taken place in the league?
No.
Or just the Dolphins and the $100,000 payout for alleged payout for potential tanking? Because, you know, Bengals were tanking that year too. Dolphins aren't the only team that's tanked and will continue to tank. And until you change the approach of the draft to a lottery, you're going to continue to see tanking because it benefits you to tank.
The Colts, right? With Curtis Painter at quarterback, right?
Yeah,
and they ended up with Andrew Luck, right?
Yeah. I mean, tanking is part of the NFL culture, as is it's part of the NBA culture. So, like, what are we doing here? Like,
yeah.
And
now again, in defense, far be it from me to defend him, but in defense of Flo, okay, whether he knew he was supposed to tank or not, you're still not supposed to do it, and yet he was apparently, well, I mean, it was obvious he was coaching to win. So, you know, in the end, he's got to have that hard evidence that at least he was offered, you know, the option of tanking and we'll pay you $100,000, you know, per game. But in the end, you know, he really was never tanking. You know what I'm saying? So we have to give him credit in that sense. That's how he coached from day one. He coached.
He was just intentionally being bad and putting his team in a bad situation. So sometimes.
No, I just think that was bad coaching when that would happen, because that would happen as the years go on. Those are just bad moments for him. Like, he was terrible at challenges. It wasn't that he was tanking. He's just terrible at challenges. You know what I mean? It's not that he's trying. He's just terrible at hiring offenses. You know what I mean? It's not that he's trying to do it. It's trying to do it on, fail on purpose. He's actually trying to succeed, but he fails in certain areas. I don't think it was that he was tanking sometimes and sometimes he wasn't. You know what I mean?
I don't know. That whole thing don't make any sense to me. Neither does not going on the yacht with Tom Brady. No, that makes zero sense to me. Zero.
Yeah, well, I guess the dude is just absolutely straight and narrow, unless when he's working for Belichick. Then he'll hang around for all the dirty crap that Belichick's doing, which is just absolutely phenomenal. All right.
The morality and the morality police, it's puzzling. It's
Yeah,
really
right?
is.
It is. You can't be Mr. Morality here, and then you were for 15 years working over there.
20, yeah. No, 20, yeah.
That doesn't fly, dude. That's why it makes it look so convenient for him, that it makes it look bitter instead. I mean, dude,
No.
He just added Houston to the lawsuit. Come on, bro.
Did they add Houston to the lawsuit?
Yes. Yeah, I'm telling you, Omar, his biggest mistake, his lawyers. He went with friends. You don't do this, bro. You go find the best, and I hate to put it this way, but I have to, the best minority lawyer out there that can help you with a case like this. Why? Because you need somebody that looks like you, that understands the stuff that you're going through. You know what I mean? There's a case right now of a transgender woman against a couple of police officers. I think it's against the Miami Police Department. And the transgender woman ended up hiring a lawyer who understands that community. And that, to me, that's incredibly important. I think he screwed up going to his friends.
I don't know anything about that. I don't have an opinion on that. I wish him the best of luck in his lawsuits.
That's his buddy from Boston College. I don't know if you knew that, but
he came out with the receipts that he had. He has receipts. He's fighting a just cause. He's trying to be the Colin Kaepernick of that cause. I give him a lot of props for what he's doing. Will it be successful? Let's hope so. But
on the hiring side, it will not be successful. He'll fail miserably. It's really the pay to lose. That's where he can bring the NFL to its knees and then help the cause in the process with that, because the NFL will be brought to its knees if he has hard evidence. All right, let's move on from that. Off of that, by the way, Omar, it doesn't seem like there's any effects on the hiring side, right? It seems like they're pretty much getting whoever they want. Overall, it looks like McDaniel's being able to get his coaches.
What's supposed to be the effect on the hiring side? That Flores lawsuit?
No. What I mean is, like, people may want to stay away from the organization because of the lawsuit or whatever. That doesn't seem like that's the case, right?
People come here for money, man.
Right.
I've said that for as dysfunctional as the Dolphins have been. If they offer the right amount of money, everybody will sign up.
All right. Okay.
And to me, free agency is not going to come down to a lawsuit. It's going to come down to, do you want to play with Tua?
I'm with you.
Bottom line.
Omar, some people want you to explain zone blocking and what's the difference of what McDaniel wants to do and what's been done before, like on a man-to-man scheme. In layman's terms, explain zone blocking.
This is outside zone. They have been doing, they say they've been doing some inside zone. They really haven't.
No.
Yeah, I used to get on Stootsville on that. Nah, y'all ain't doing that. Outside zone is basically every play looks the same, and just build it off play action. Just think about play action. And if every play looks the same, and whether it's a run or a pass, you never know, because the linemen are doing the exact same thing. And it's similar to the RPO. Whereas in an RPO, the offensive linemen are running every play.
And it's in unison, by the way.
Yes, in unison. Yeah, they're run blocking every play. With the zone blocking schemes, they are going to look the same. They're going to be attacking. They're going to be cut blocking, basically shooting for players. Linebacker, you need athletic linemen for that. Shooting for players, legs, hips, blah blah blah. Tandem blocks. It's moving the line so that the backs can find creases and lanes. So you're running more wide as opposed to running up the gaps.
Does Solomon Kinley fit less now? Right?
Oh hell, Solomon Kinley is done here.
Right. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Hunt fits this, but I don't think Kinley does.
Hunt's athletic enough, but his body doesn't really fit. But he probably needs to
lose a little
couple pounds.
Yeah.
But his style. I mean, and plus you might see him move back to tackle as opposed to guard, because guard's got to pull. And he's athletic, but I don't know if he's going to be pulling. We would have to talk to these coaches to sort of figure out what their vision is, or what they have in mind, or what their thought process is, where the evaluation is. Liam comes from a very.
By the way, your boy's gone too.
Who?
Jesse.
Listen.
I mean, he's going to get a job somewhere else, but I mean, in a zone scheme, he's not the guy either. I think Kinley and Jesse have no place on this scheme.
Jesse could potentially fit a zone scheme. Jesse's athletic. I don't know if he can pull. So, but I don't think he could pull any worse than Robert Hunt. I honestly don't know who fits and who doesn't fit. They built
Austin Jackson fits, actually. He's athletic.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
Now, I don't know if he can play. I don't know if his confidence is shot. I'm just saying athletically, Austin Jackson fits his own blocking.
I have heard that, and I'm very interested to see how all of this plays out. Whether or not, Austin had a pretty good rookie season up until he got injured, and then came back and played like crap. Started out this year, played like crap. Had a decent stretch in the middle, finished the season, played like crap. I'm curious if a lot of that was mental. I'm curious if a lot of that was because people got to realize he was playing next to Eric Flowers last year, and Flowers was holding his hand. There's nobody to hold his hand last year.
Right.
And that's what they need. They need veterans on the line to walk them through what their responsibilities and challenges are and tell them the way that it's going to be. And they also need a veteran coach. I would be shocked if they don't, upgrade the center spot and upgrade the right tackle spot. Shocked.
I get the guy from Tampa, Ryan Jensen. That's who I would get, but that's just me. That's the guy I want.
He's like 34 or something like that.
No. He's younger than that. No. He's like 29 or 30, I think. Just look it up there. No. He's good enough for one more deal. I think you can get like 3 years out of him. But I would get an instant impact player like him, because that would take care of Tua right away, right from that center spot. He's 30? 30. He's 30. See? Told you. You got one more contract out of Ryan Jensen, and that's it. And you're done. He's not really an injury-prone guy either. So that's not too bad.
I haven't looked at what's available in free agency. After a month-long coaching search, I'm a little bit behind in terms of my off-season prep work.
And by the way, I like the Alex Kappa, the guard, also from Tampa. I might. He's young.
Hey,
he's like
coach coming from Boston College. He's got the top guard. He's got the top center coming out in the draft. So
who knows? Yeah, you're right. And that might be that pick that they get from San Fran. Right around there is probably where a guy like that usually goes. If he's good enough to go in the first round.
Yeah.
If not, it'll be somewhere in the second. All right. Oh, as always, thank you, my brother. Enjoy yourself. I appreciate you taking some time. What are you working on in the Sentinel so folks can check you out?
Kind of doing a breakdown. We just have the 5 things that Mike McDaniel, that wasn't done by me, that was done by David Furones. 5 things that Mike McDaniel has to address. I'm going to be breaking down the guys who are on the hot seat, who whose futures here, even though they're under contract, the Jesse Davises of the world, the tough decisions, because they have an opportunity to make about $18 million more in cap space, releasing some guys. So see what the pros and cons of those decisions are.
All right, good stuff as always. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. We will catch you later in the week, my friend. Thank you.
All right, talk to you later.
You got it. There you go, Omar Kelly.
You've been listening to the EJD Construction.com Miami Dolphins Report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJD Construction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
Omar Kelly. We thank EJD Construction and Eric. Great people to call. 433-4843, 305. Call them, man, if you're looking to improve that man cave, modernize that the kitchen. Maybe you want to do an addition to the home. Maybe you're looking to redo the front yard, the backyard. Whatever it is, EJD Construction can do it for you, man. So please call Eric and tell him that Big O sent you. EJDconstruction.com. Randy says they're throwing out Jesse Davis like Uncle Phil threw out Jazz in the Fresh Prince. Fresh Prince. That's funny. Nice job, Randy. Thank you for the love on the super chat, my brother. I appreciate it. And look, the NFL is set to investigate Stephen Ross. I was thinking about this just for like craps and giggles here, okay? That's all I'm saying. Can you imagine if Ross is found guilty? That if Flo really has the proof and he's found guilty. Now listen to this. So now they force him out. They force him to sell the team. The team is sold. He gets his money. Boom. The next year, the Dolphins win the Super Bowl. Can you imagine if that happens? Stephen Ross may have a heart attack right there, and then he sells the team, and then it wins a Super Bowl after he sells the team. That would be funny. That would be funny. But I still think that in the end, the NFL will sell, that they're investigating, sell, that they can put pressure on Ross, sell to people again and writers, and they'll write it, that Ross could lose the team, all that stuff. But in the end, if this guy doesn't have any kind of real tangible evidence, and it's just a he said stuff, and there's nothing there that can really, really prove it, no recording, no video, no check, no deposit, no nothing, the NFL is going to do the prudent thing for them, and that's protect Stephen Ross, because that will protect the NFL shield. Okay? Now, who's to say that after they do that, they also tell Stephen, hey, Stephen, we know you did it. We don't want this to get too ugly. So let's do this. Why don't you step down on your own and pass it over to Bruce in the next year or two? Make it look like your own decision, your own time to step away. That way everybody parts as friends. We don't have to go through the ugliness. You don't have to walk out of the NFL with a black eye, all of those kind of things. I just get the feeling that in the end, they're going to defend him because it's what's best for the entire shield. Sorry to say it. For those of you that may think, but I just think that that's what's going to end up happening. Miami Heat, by the way, tonight will take on the Dallas Mavericks at FTX Arena. No Tyler Hero. Butler and Caleb Martin are both questionable. Caleb's dealing with a left Achilles soreness, and Butler is dealing with a right shoulder strain. All right, so we'll see what happens if they can play tonight. They're only half game ahead of Chicago in the conference. So Panthers, man, back in action tonight. Thank the Lord. No, tomorrow. That's right. Tomorrow night, Wednesday. That's right. Tomorrow night, they're back in action. Thank the Lord. God, I've missed the Panthers. Yeah, man. Yeah, we could have ice here. We could have, it could be poker on ice here. Poker on ice would be pretty cool. That's what she said. And for our OK Coin crypto moment, for our OK Coin crypto moment, let me tell you a little bit about what's going on in the market right now, because the market's moved. Yes, go ahead.
Did you change it?
What, the OK Coin crypto moment? Or corner. OK Coin crypto corner. I'm sorry. Moment. That's right. My bad. The OK Coin crypto corner. By the way, we were like going along around 42,000. All of a sudden now we crossed 43, we crossed 44. We were pushing a 45 last night, a 44.7, and now it's at 44, like 2 or 3, depends on where you're looking at it. And let me tell you something, I am shocked. Now, I think this comes off of the Super Bowl and all of the ads, and I think people are FOMOing in. Here's the funny part about all of this. Those people that FOMO'd in and probably know nothing about crypto, they don't realize that they actually FOMO'd in on a really good number. If you got crypto, if you got Bitcoin anywhere in the 38 to like 44 range right now, I think it's still a really good buy. I really do. So it's funny because there still might be a little bit of a dip, and those people that don't know anything, they might panic instead of buying the dip. That way you lower your overall price, right? You keep getting a bigger price, a bigger piece of the Bitcoin pie. Remember, there's only 21 million Bitcoins. Once they're mined, it's over. And there's only like 1,000 something, I'm sorry, a little over 1 million something coins left. So they're going to mine the last in the next 10 years. And by that time, then, you kind of want to have as much a piece of that pie because that's the one that's going to grow. And that's going to grow worldwide because it's just the adoption is coming. Banks are going to have to put Bitcoin on their balance sheets. And when that happens, it's just going to go to places that gold would never. You can still mine more gold. There's still more gold to be mined in the world. And you can't carry it all over the place. That's why I'm telling you, this is going to be your store value. This is going to be your savings account. So now it's moved a little bit, but I'm telling you, and it's still not a bad price to buy in. If you want to buy in, I have no problem. Use, by the way, our link down below us. You can get $10 free of Bitcoin right away there at OK Coin, and you can buy your Bitcoin there. So if you want to do it there, you can do it. Plus, you can stake all kinds of coins there, like a Polygon, like a Cardano, Avalanche, Cosmos, so many great coins that you can actually stake there and earn really good interest overall, man. All right, so take advantage. But again, those of you, I'm telling you, still, and now if you've been in a crypto already and you've already invested in Bitcoin and you're still looking to get more Bitcoin, the only thing I would tell you is be a little patient, give it a couple more days, because even though it's at a decent price right now to purchase, I still think there might be a little bit of another dip coming in. And listen, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a guy that loves crypto. Maybe it explodes from here and it keeps going up like it is right now. But we still have to find out, with the tensions going on over in Russia and Ukraine and all over there, if something gives and a war does happen and we have several countries that are going to be involved, it's going to affect the markets all over the world. There's no doubt about it. And crypto is no different than anything else. So you could have another little dip there, and then that would be the one that you really want to take advantage of if it does happen. So that's the only thing that I would wait a few more days to see what happens with things escalating over there in Russia. So let's hope. Big O, you called it last week. Crypto is doing the steps. Yes, it's finding, it goes up one level at 42 and it found a home, and then it went up 43 and it found a home. Now it's up to 44 and it's finding a home. And that is a strong way to go up, because if you just go parabolic, I guarantee you you're going to have some kind of a contraction, a retraction, whatever you want to do. You're going to come back down again a little bit. You're going to have to. But if you go up a little bit, find a floor, go up again, find another floor, and go up again and find another floor, then that's the best way to kind of build it up. Normally, it just doesn't happen that way. It's at one point or another, we're going to get that parabolic run. But I do love the fact that it is finding floors. But again, everything could be volatile right now. Stocks, crypto, you name it, with what's going on in Russia and the Ukraine border. That could be an issue. So we shall see. Any word on keeping the throwback uniform? You guys ask this all the time. I keep telling you all the time. It'll happen, but it'll be in a couple of years if it does. Caddyshack says, Big O, you're right. Right now, the only evidence brought forward is a witness who is a childhood friend of Flo's. Yes. Yes. Why shell out bucks for hurt every year? Armstead, that's old Finns. We are going in a new direction. I don't know what that means. I guess you guys were talking to yourselves there on that one. I have no idea what that means. By the way, remember, anytime you're listening on the Welton Rayom text line, you can reach out to us at 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to reach out to us on the Welton Rayom text line, doesn't matter when you're listening to the show. So you could be listening in the middle of the night, on a Saturday or a Sunday, later on this afternoon. Whenever you're listening to us, you can check in and tell us what's on your mind, something that you like, you didn't like, that was on the show. Big O, Jesse Davis should have been a bullfighter. I mean, I get it. He is pretty good as a matador. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. The other owners would never vote him out, even if he's guilty. That's what I think too, Christopher. I think that they'd rather hide this than anything else, because it would hurt the entire league. What do you got for me, Sean?
No, I was going to say, I remember also one of the scenarios, I believe it was you that brought it up, or maybe one of the insiders when you guys were talking. Could Ross end up becoming the sacrificial lamb? With all the issues now in the NFL.
Yes.
Could he end up being like, you know what? The NFL is going to take that step now. We're going to show you we can take that step just to be that. Because, again, like you said, he's gonna, if they make him sell the team, he's going to get the money. He's 80 years old.
Right.
And now you can ride off into what you want to call it, the sunset, whatever.
Right.
And everything is washed. And the NFL is really no more hurt than what they are right now.
Right.
Because now they look like, okay, they're taking these matters seriously, when in essence, it's just a facade.
Right, it is. But they could use him as a scapegoat if they have no choice. If there's hardcore proof, then they will definitely serve him up. They have no choice.
Is what they've kind of been aiming at with all the reports that are coming out where, and again, I forgot where it was. I think it was NFL.com was saying that somebody was saying that Ross might be like, oh no, I said it as jokingly or something like that. And if that is said, then what would become the outcome would be, Goodell would probably have no other course of action.
Right. Yeah. It's just a screwed up situation, man. It just is. And personally, I hope he has no proof. I'm kind of tired of my Dolphins being involved in crap like this. I just hope I hope Flo doesn't have the proof. I hope it's just a he said stuff. Because I'm kind of tired of it. I'd rather it just go away. I really would. I'm helping with precious metals and crypto. Oh, I'm hedging with precious metals and crypto. Big O, Jesse Davis should have been a bullfighter. That's right. I think I read that one already. Big O, you're open to doing Finn's games in Los Angeles this year? Yeah, I'm open, of course. You got the sponsor? Let's go. We'll fly out there. Not a problem. Ross is in a 5-year window. He'll let it go when it hits 87. Oh, when he's 87. I see what you're saying. Okay. Couldn't Ross countersuit this if it's BS? He could. I think he could. He could countersuit for character assassination, that kind of deal. He could. Yeah. The question is, does Ross know if there's any kind of half-ass proof or real proof? He should know. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's the thing. He's got to know. But if it's a he said thing, then you know. I get parabolic every time my wife walks into the room. Thomas says, seems like the NFL likes crapping on us. Could see that going down too. I think more the line that they will not ever vote an owner out. Doing the owners want to go down that wormhole. Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think they want to go down that wormhole. Ross said, I'm paying you $1 million if you lose 10 games, and that's $100K per loss. Don't worry about it. Welcome to the spin zone. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm paying you $1 million a year as it is. That's $100,000 per loss. Okay. All right. I got you. Understandable. All right. We got to thank the Brunetti family out here as always. Frank Fiore, Steve Calabro, all the great people out here at Hialeah Park always make it nice and easy for us to broadcast, man. Appreciate all of you out there as always. By the way, if you want the edge, right below us, grab that link, get the edge. Wow, what happened to my voice? All of a sudden, man.
The link's right below is what I think he's trying to
Holy
get
crap,
out.
yes. My voice just went completely out there. Anyways, the link below, we got our Edge energy drink,
myedgedrink.com.
Damn.
If you just
Holy crap,
if
dude.
you just move your lips, I'll talk for you.
Okay, ready?
myedgedrink.com.
Okay. myedgedrink.com. All right. Holy moly. Thoughts on Gesicki? Keep him or let him go? I'd keep him, but now you change the scheme. So I don't know if he can work with him or not, if he wants him or not, because he doesn't block. And he wants everybody blocking. It's a different scheme now. That's the problem when you change schemes. Now, they may use him as a big-ass wide receiver, and that's it. You never know. What are you going to say? myedgedrink.com, by the way, okay? So you could get the edge. I certainly need the edge right now, okay? Because, damn. How about that? JP on Sports says, go Milli Vanilli. See, there you go. We were the Milli Vanilli of sports talk. Okay? Go to
myedgedrink.com.
Okay? There you go. In Milli Vanilli style. myedgedrink.com. Big O needs some energy for that dry throat. Yeah, dude. What the hell was that, man? That was rough. Man. It's bad. All right, we thank Omar Kelly. We thank Manny Navarro. We thank Cameron Wolfe. We thank Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Yeah, all of that happened. We started at 8:45, and we're finishing up at 1:15. That's 4 hours and a half of programming for you right there. Overall, that's a lot of programming. Sean Stanley, as always, mastering this program, getting it done, Milli Vanilli style. Yes.
Can I throw out? Make sure you're following that Big O Show and Big O Radio Show on social media because we'll be doing our trip starting tomorrow. So
yes,
we'll be throwing out some things, and also you can follow me at Sean_Stanley11 because we're going to be hitting up some content on those as well.
Yes, exactly. Tomorrow we'll be doing the show from studio. We'll be doing the OK Coin Studios will be right here But then we take off in the evening to New York, and then on Thursday we'll be broadcasting live from Sloman's, man. Can't wait. Looking forward to it. It's going to be a lot of fun hanging out with all the great folks at Sloman's.
New York City.
Yeah, man. New York City. And Slattery's on Friday, 8 o'clock. Slattery's. All right. All right. We are out of here. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you all out there. Appreciate all of you for tuning in, sending in a text, a super chat, however it is you support us. We love you. We'll see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.